On Do Not Disturbs?
Oh, no.
No, now we are. Now we are.
Disturb me, Daddy.
Disturb me. Okay. Okay. Oh, this one's running.
Yeah, I just got that running.
It's like, oh, yep, we're running. Forgot about that. Good thing I had my pants on, you know. We're running. Let's see. Let's see how running we are, Matt. Somebody watching on YouTube. Hi, YouTube. God. Let's see. Mute. Hey, guys.
What's up?
We're trying to get technology working for us in our favor to see if everything's actually happening.
3 devices and
We have
4 platforms.
That's working. Look at that. Facebook is
5
working.
platforms.
Yeah, hell yeah. Is Twitch working?
We'll do it live!
Daniel Tyack is streaming on Twitch?
6 platforms.
Damn, let's get these going.
Oh yeah, 4 platforms. 5 platforms.
Let's warm
6
it up.
platforms.
It's all on cell phone network too.
Live.
This entire thing is on a cell phone network.
Nice.
I'm not running on Wi-Fi because my upload speed's too slow. Man, welcome everybody. Welcome whoever's watching out there in the land. We got like 6 devices going here. We got some YouTube up in the house. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Glad to have you. Welcome to the show. I think we're calling it the band channel, but that I gotta learn to say the band, not band.
Banded.
Band.
It's like the difference between penne pasta and penne pasta. One's the noodles you're familiar with, the other one's dick pasta. It's whether there's a single N or two. It's an important distinction.
What?
You want to be careful.
One's you're used to, the other one's a dick pasta.
Yeah, gotta be careful ordering that with white sauce.
Oh my gosh,
You're
penne.
gonna double overlap.
So wait, so how do I say it? Banded.
Banded. Banded.
You gotta roll the N, Matt. Banded.
Channel.
Banded.
What's up a visual?
The band channel. So, by the way, there's a Discord called the Band Channel,
That's what we're talking about.
and you should definitely get on that. So it's linked in my bio. And if you, oh shit, I forgot to open Discord. Oh wait, I do have it open.
I thought that was the first one you had up.
We got 18 devices. Maybe I'll get Discord running too. I'll stream another one through my webcam on my computer. No, that would suck. That'll definitely melt something.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that. But hey, welcome everybody. Good to have you. What's up? Chris is here.
Yeah?
We got Alex up on TikTok. We got Chris in the house. We got Sister Mary Selena in the house. And you should be here, Chris. You could totally hang out with us right now, but no. Instagram, hello.
Draw with us.
Yeah, you could draw with us. Okay, guys, we're going to draw tonight. Matt's going to draw tonight. I'm going to play guitar. So listen up. Downloading update for Discord. Shit, I was like, I just had to download a bunch of drivers to make this work. I thought this was going to be horrible, but we're good. All right, if you're out there in watching land, like the screens. Make sure you're hitting the likes and shares and things to get people going. Because what we're going to do tonight is have Matt draw all night like a slave, and I'm just going to play guitar, and we're going to rant about mission tripping. This is the title.
My brothers in Christ.
For our brothers in Christ. We were talking right before we started about missions trips. I was talking about this story of going to Russia, and I'll just tell a few stories tonight about that one.
Yeah.
Like going to Russia in 1997. So it was a missions trip, right? I'm going to go, Lord, I lift your name on high. You know, I'm going to shut up. I'm going to go save people. So I go to Russia to do this with a bunch of other high school kids. And we were talking about this dynamic of missions trips. It's like really, it's the people going over there that are tripping. You know, they're just tripping.
The missionaries.
The missionaries. The people in these, like whatever the indigenous culture is, are like, oh God, here comes the white people. You know, here comes the missionaries.
Yeah.
And even when I was within Christianity,
You can tell.
I was always like, there was this time when I turned, because I had been involved in a lot of these programs and doing the camp thing all over the place.
Yeah.
I recognized the time where I was like, mission trips have nothing to do with like saving the people there. Nothing. It's just about the kids going on the thing.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do. Like nobody's, whatever organization the white kids are working with are the ones that's like doing the work.
Yeah.
And the kids that are going,
On
they're
behalf
just
of the kids.
they're just there jacking off.
But that's something not necessarily that like for me. I think it was one of the most constructive things out of there because I only did one. I did Belize.
Oh, nice.
But you do get to go somewhere else and see how other people live, and then at least attempt. We built some
Totally.
houses,
Yeah.
worked with kids, and the reality is it's the most inefficient possible fucking thing in the world to like fly all these kids down for a couple days. But for those kids,
culturally, it's great for the experience. But
I
it's
think
like
with the right attitude, it can make those kids better people than they would have been back in their bubble. But it's really fucking weird and imperialist the way that it's like, let's use someone else's struggling context.
And we're gonna march in here. Oh God.
Yeah.
I remember there was a story from one trip to Russia. It was the one my sister and Jay went on with her husband.
Yeah.
Went on one. I think right before I had gone, like the year before, and it had some story of one of. This is classic white people in foreign countries or on mission trips, right? They're like a bunch of people from Maranatha Chapel, right? There's like Calvary Chapel going to this Russia trip to save everybody.
Yeah.
And my sister's on this trip, and they went to the circus, right? And on this trip, Russia was a bad way. This is like just out of the Soviet Union at that time kind of thing. They were struggling. Like people were homeless, and so it was kind of this aid trip that they went on. They were like giving out like sanitary supplies, and it was very aid oriented. Yeah. But then they went to a circus for like a little treat. Now only rich people go to the circus in Russia. And one of these dudes, the old white guy goes, he said, "Would you like some soap?" to this woman. She's like, "Do I stink?" Do I stink?
Because she's a person and not like an NPC in a game that you can like give a token
Control,
to.
Yeah. Classic missionaries. Oh God, do I stink?
But hopefully that was an object lesson to him.
Yeah, he probably didn't get it. You know, he was like, Jesus loves you. Fuck. Oh God. Anyway.
Dude, actually, come to think of it, that was when I was on my Belize one. We were helping with these kids at an orphanage. I ended up spending like all day, multiple days. They loved superheroes. They loved Marvel. And so I was just like drawing Hulk and Captain America and Spider-Man.
That's not very Christian.
I didn't even like superheroes, but they loved it. So like all day for like multiple days, I had like kids sitting in my lap while I like drawing printer paper. Like, it's the Hulk! It's the Hulk!
Okay, we need to get a theme. We need a theme for Matt to draw tonight, right? This has to be.
Prompt.
What's the prompt? What's Matt got to draw tonight? This obviously it's got to be something, or like Jesus on a mission trip, but he's all beefy like the Hulk. I don't know. What is this, guys? Help us out here. We're gonna need some comments to figure out what Matt's gonna draw. What's up, everybody? Hanging out there in TikTok land and Instagram land and all these other fucking lands. I'm glad you're here. I don't know where you are. We got Twitch. We got YouTube hanging. What are you searching for in life? Yo, check your text. Check your text. Oh, I can do it right here, Chris. What is this? In front of watching this shit. Oh, we're watching. Oh, I gotta watch this video. Chris, I gotta watch this whole video to answer your question. We might do that. Oh, they hit up the reservations too. Wait, who hit up the reservations? The what?
Missionaries did.
Oh, they did? God, the fucking missionaries. Jesus like a Buddha. Jesus and Buddha were contemporaries, probably. Studying together. What's up, sister? Good to see you, girl. All right, we're back. Matt, what are you going to draw? Oh, we got Jesus Buddha. That's what we're talking about. Jesus like a Buddha. Ooh, that is a great idea. Like a Jesus Buddha?
I can see that.
Or like a mystic meditating Buddha Jesus? That would be pretty sick. What else are we going to incorporate into this? A Buddha Jesus? Meditate, please. We could do a meditation. Let's do a meditation tonight. Let's get some drawing, but we're gonna hang out, guys. Like, get some art to do or something. We're gonna hang out for a few hours and vibe out. So get something to draw. You know, hang out, make some music while you're watching. I don't know, do something fun. But we'll definitely meditate. Something's not funny. Oh yes, to the question. The last question. Yeah, absolutely, Chris. Of course. Of course. Did you see the question, Matt? Of course, Chris. Damn, I was always at work doing this. My headphones are dead. No! Okay, we'll whisper. Shh. Get under your desk. Or wherever the fuck you are. Okay, we're just going to have a quiet time.
Landscapes are tougher for me, but better to, I think, focus on characters for...
Okay, characters.
We do some scenery. I know not a big landscape guy. So
Sunset Rockies with Pacific Ocean.
And
Timing
I'm
is
probably
everything.
going to do charcoals or just markers again. Keep it.
Oh yeah. Hey, what's up?
Contrasty.
What's up? What's up, everybody? Oh, and please do like the video if you're here. Start liking whatever platform you're on. That'll let other people on the platform know that it's fucking awesome in here. So make sure you share it as well. Do the little share link on whatever platform you are. A lot of the times, if you just copy the link, it thinks you shared it. So you don't even have to share it. But if you need to share it, share the video with me, because I love it. I know I'm in it and here, but I love this. So share it with me, and then share it with all your friends. So that'll get the job done. Let's draw something. Well, you can start with a Jesus, right? Or is he on a missions trip playing guitar for some orphans? Missions trip, Buddha missions trip Jesus, playing guitar for some orphans. On a brown orphans.
What about Marvel characters?
Wait, it's gotta be
trip playing with the Hulk with a Hulk.
Yeah, Jesus is leading the trip, but he's like Captain America because obviously we got that crossover happening.
I don't see Jesus like showing up for the missions trip. I think he'd be like, guys, this is a little whack.
Maybe Jesus is showing up, like walking through the door, like what the fuck? Get this church out of here. That's what's happening. Okay, we're gonna let you do your magic. Dragons, witches, draw love. Ooh, draw love. I like that. Yeah. Do you do portraits of people? Matt will do a portrait for a Venmo donation. He's basically like a cam girl.
Except instead of good tits.
Matt, you should do an OnlyFans called Nude Drawings, and it's just you naked, but it's just a side profile, just sitting there drawing.
My worst possible angle.
just you awkwardly sitting there. Hey, just nude drawing, no big deal.
Yeah. The drawings of people are all conspicuous clothes.
Really, like up to the neck kind of collar stuff.
Yeah. They're like
real like kind of orthodox, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe even a little sash or something. You never know. Oh, dude, I can't look. I gotta not look. I gotta just.
Can't be looking for show.
It's small enough in the screen here, so I'm not gonna know what's happening. So that's good. Buddha under a big fig tree with Jesus hanging on the tree. Buddha, what, Chris? I don't know about that. Jesus is hanging out. Wait, he's hanging? They're both under the tree hanging.
Is that too soon? Jesus just hanging.
No. I'm thinking Chris is saying they're both hanging under the tree together. Not Jesus hanging on the tree.
That kind of is iconic.
I know it's like a couple. Yeah, it's been a couple thousand years, but too soon, Chris. Too soon, buddy. You're out. You're out, dude. Howdy, Punta. What did I just call myself? Probably a bad word. Planning on a trip tomorrow. Only 1 gram though. That's fair. That'll take you. And just if you only have 1 gram, just rest into it. You know, get yourself a nice quiet place. You really don't need much if you want to do a little self-exploration. So you know, you're good. You is good. Aaron, what's up? What? About to go to sleep, but come see this dumpster fire. No dumpster fire.
Warm yourself by the light of our dumpster fire.
But the light of fair dumpster burning. Oh, I was going to tell some Russia stories, that's right. So I go on this mission trip. What are some highlights? So I'm like, how old was I? I must have been 18? Yeah. I was like a good Mormon kid going out there, you know?
Yeah.
Doing my little mission. God. Poor everybody. At least I had a guitar with me. I wasn't a total dick. So that was cool.
Having a guitar with you does not make you a dick.
Well, no, it definitely makes you a dick, but not a total dick. So yeah, you gotta keep your perspective straight on that kind of stuff. But we go over there. I definitely had so many experiences with Russian security in the airport because I had a guitar pedal board. God, they really were curious about that thing. You know, it's a bunch of pedals plugged into each other, and they just took it apart, and they kept taking it apart, and I was like, guys, oh God. Anyway, it was like, for whatever reason, the Russian TSA people like really wanted to see what was in those pedals, you know?
It's a real suspicious looking device.
Yeah, truly.
Real.
But it was different going in the States. They were like, oh, okay, guitar shit. All right, throw it through the X-ray machine. Russia, they're like, no. Sick the dogs on him. and then make him open the case. It's like, God damn, guys, chill out. Anyway, that's Russia for you. So that was exciting. Oh God, was that the second trip to Russia? Oh yeah, that was in 2 men. Oh, that's the second trip. I'm gonna jump around. We're flying into, no, we took a train to 2 men. This must have been the first trip. I don't fucking remember. But there was Christmas decorations. But it was not Christmas time. This is a summer trip. We went on this Russian airline, and there was Christmas decorations strung through. It was very confusing. Like, they just kept them up, you know?
Yeah.
And there was a window that you kicked out for escaping, you know? It was kind of a small aircraft with some tape and stuff. It wasn't a big jet, but it was a jet. And it was definitely smaller. I don't know what kind of jet it was. Some Russian jet. Didn't feel right. It was weird in there. And there's this tiny window that you gotta kick out if there's an emergency. And above the window, there's a little hatch that says, escape rope.
That's what I need in a plane.
Welcome to Russia. Here's your escape rope. You know, jump on out the window, kids. Oh, God. That one I took a picture of. No, that was Ukraine. That's what it was. That was Ukraine going with my cousin Eric. Yes. Yes. That was the Ukrainian airline that had to use escape rope. I remember being like, what in the, we're going to die. You know, and if I get that rope first, I'm hanging myself. Because this is bad. Oh, man. It was the Ukrainian one was a trip. That's right. So whatever's some awkward shit. We were talking about the awkward dynamics of, you got these kids going on these missions trips, you know?
Even then, like, you got no idea that that's how, like, people fly in other countries. You're so used to...
Right, that's how...
Actually, you got, like, especially in that bubble, can be your only...
Right, and that's, like, the classic, like, you know, white American privilege to be like, what the fuck? An escape rope?
No, it's like, it's so embarrassing in hindsight, but also, it's like, it's probably part of what led just getting out of that mindset is having the experience of actually going somewhere, even if it was... real misguided. You had that cultural horrifically cringy in hindsight to admit to, but like
you have this cultural shock where you're like, what in the
going somewhere else and meeting other people.
Totally. Yeah, I remember in experiences in and this was the funniest, like the most non sequitur mission trip experience I think I've had. It was the most awkward thing ever. We're walking along, right? We're gonna go to the lake. We got a bunch of gear with us, our guitars, everything. Everybody's carrying speakers and stuff, like this parade of idiots. God, what in the world? We were passing out flyers and stuff. Oh, it was wild. So we go to the lake. We're gonna set up this little concert at the lake and play. And we set up. We're going to the lake, and on the way to the lake, we're trudging across this bridge, and there's this canal down there, and there's like four girls down there that are probably the same age, 18 or something like that are all sunbathing topless, right? And now for someone who's been in sheltered, Christianity, there's 4 girls there that are the same, like pretty much the same age, and they're just kind of right there off the bridge. It's shocking, very shocking, for your poor little system. Oh man, and that was like, I remember like every dude on the trip was like so awkward. Everyone was like, oh god, I don't know what to do with my hands.
You have to remember for us, it's like if you notice, you could see the outline of a girl's bra through her shirt. You've committed to her.
Oh yeah, but
like it's so. There are
so many people. Everybody watching this knows exactly about this churchianity and Christianity shame and repression and things like that because you live in the West, highly likely. And so if you live in the West, you're under the same kind of mindset of objectification and or oppression and suppression. We're all kind of fucked. It's good to think about this stuff and reprogram it. Because, man, that shocking experience for a high schooler of seeing women's breasts just right there, like just right, I don't even know how many feet away, let me think. Maybe like 15 yards. Not far, just right off the bridge. It was all hazy. I was in a haze. I was in a massive erection haze. I didn't even know who I was anymore, man. I like probably almost fell off the bridge at that point. Like what are you gonna do? God, and then you're on a missions trip, right? You're on a fucking missions trip, and this is happening.
Yeah.
All you want to do is go.
You're on the missions trip.
Right. And all you want to do is go jack off, and you're just hating yourself, and God hates you, and you feel miserable and shame, but you're on this missions trip. Oh man, that was some missions trips are fucked, Definitely we need more topless like beaches and things so people aren't so fucking weird about things like human flesh, right? And oh god, church kids, The poor church. I mean, Matt and I know. Shocking. It's just shocking. Oh man. What did I do? I don't even remember. I had to go play music immediately after. I probably like snuck off to some crazy public bathroom and rubbed it out in a hole. Like, I don't even know. I was all a blur. It's all a blur. But it was shocking as fuck. How do we try to not and try to How do we try to not and try to understand women since they are different? How do you, I get that. That question is as confusing as women, you know? So here's the thing. We're speaking of women as the feminine embodied person, the one that identifies as maybe the feminine pole of a relationship. So let's just kind of clear that up. So we're not just talking bluntly about this, but whoever in the relationship holds the feminine angle of it. And this can be split up in anybody, but neither here nor there. That natural feminine essence of feminine energy is a thing of creation, is a thing of chaotic beauty in a way. Matt is in some chaotic feminine creation modes of energy right now. When I'm playing music, I'm in those same modes. It's this very flowy state. Right? It doesn't really make sense. It's fun though. You know, everybody loves it. And there's an opposite end of that is chaos, you know? There's some emotional upheaval, goes all over the place. And the more it flows, the more it, has a little bit of whirlwind at the other end. So don't try to understand it. It's not a thing to understand. You just got to flow with it and let it happen. It's like a wave crashing that you're surfing on, right? It's way funner if it's bigger, and just kind of wild. You're definitely more likely to get hurt. But if it's, it's like pick your poison. Surf a gentle wave if you're into gentle waves, and if you like to go hard, surf a hard wave. I don't know if that's a good analogy at all, but the whole point is women are flow, and they're powerful in this like beautiful thing that is moving, and just don't try to control it. Appreciate the beauty as you flow with it. And if you flow with it well, you get a real fun ride.
Also, just women are people. So like,
well,
how do I understand humans?
Yeah,
like it's
exactly.
usually about understanding an individual human, and the main, approach is watch and listen to them.
Yeah.
Because we both came from like our kind of background, had this real hard men are from Mars, women are from Venus sort of thing.
Yeah,
and like sure there are generalizations you could
crossover.
draw, but like over the years I would say like I have a lot of close female friends that I have very good like actual person conversations with. It's not just like only women I date and then my boys. Like
like there's like person to person, not sexual energy.
Yeah, a lot of that, and it's like honestly, I feel like you probably have more in common with women of a similar background to you than you do with. I mean, assuming you're male, I'm not positive. Just giving the question. Like, you probably do with men.
That's
like,
a dude question.
Places,
we can assume that's a dude question.
Humans have a lot more in common with each other than we have different in general, and the differences are really important and worth listening to. But it's a huge common ground. So, like at the root of it, don't try to understand women. If there's a particular woman you're trying to understand
the
listen
person.
to her.
Listen to the person. Yeah. I
guess she could talk.
Exactly what Matt is saying. It's like the same with everybody, though. Like kids.
No, that's universal.
Women, other people.
If you want to understand your dad and why you're having such a hard time with him, like listen to him and think about it. Like it's really that's the core.
Yeah, hear them. The people, and also, well, when it comes to that, and a kind of a tie over from that, the wild feminine energy and listening. It's just it's like a request to be heard, but not to be in any serious capacity. To like let the energy flow through all of the ideas, all of the creative idea, whatever it is, like just that energy to like come out and to be able to move with that is always a beautiful thing. To hold that space, to allow it and not demand it to be anything other than what is. Let it happen, and that's something that can happen in. It's just the feminine energy, not in penis or vagina energy, but simply like feminine, masculine energy is what I'm more trying to define that is. So if whoever in that relationship is having a feminine energy moment and is having some, I need to let this out, because everybody has that fucking moment every now and then, then the other person to assume more of that masculine role of like, hey, I got you. Like, let me hold this for you. And you can interplay that back and forth in a relationship, and it doesn't just need to be one thing. Now, you can practice that masculine and feminine polarity in a meaningful way to create some texture and some spice in a relationship. You know, you can assume roles and pull to create this real polarity in the middle. And that's always healthy and good. But what we're saying, you know, understanding women, it's like, well, if you're just looking at them as like, this is just a woman, a single dimensional thing, like, good luck, you know? You kind of got to understand it in a much wider view, and then you're outside of needing to understand. You're in acceptance. You're in a space of love at that point, and you're not worrying about trying to understand it. You're working the energy of it. You know? All right, guys, what do we got? We got some TikTokers going on here. And welcome, everybody. If you're hanging out, please do like the video. We got a couple people hanging out over here on on YouTube and Twitch, which is cool. Thanks, guys. I'm glad you're here. And TikTok, of course. All you lovelies are here, and be sure to like this video if you just showed up. Tap the screen, hit the likes, share it, let other people know that we are here and having a good time. I'll tell more stories from Russia. Peace and love, wisdom and mightiness. Focus on courage, strength, and honor. Okay? Forget evil and evil reasoning, and love your neighbor. And yes, learn, yes. Remember the orphans and the fatherless. Yes. The Hulk playing the banjo behind you is magnificent. Yes. It's all about flow. Yes. Haven't seen you in a while. I hope you remember me. Hi. Oh shit. Welcome to the missions trip, kids. We got this one going on here. Oh my gosh, you did it, Lord. Me lift. Oh shit. Oh shit. I can't, dude. I gotta put this one down. It's burning me.
Jingle, 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 jingle.
Oh man. Should we auction these off?
That one's
This one's a super sketchy sketch.
That's very sketchy.
But we'll definitely auction these off. Okay? So auctioning on this one starts at $1. Well, it's got to be at least 10 to make it worth shipping. Let us know if we should auction
really
off.
Want that one. We'll do some cool.
We can do some real ones. Okay, if anybody really wants that one, pay for shipping and send Matt a little $4 tip to buy some coffee. Actually,
I'll include it in somebody else who actually wants to buy a real deal.
Let's be honest, more like a $6 tip to buy a coffee nowadays.
Yeah.
So okay, thanks. Oh god.
Unless you make it yourself.
Yeah, you can make it yourself. And I don't know. The reason that you haven't seen me for a while is because very often TikTok lately has kind of banned my stuff or like shadow banned me for something. I don't know. All I ever read was nice, and then also talking about other stuff too. So anyway, I'm sorry I haven't seen you. I'm glad you're here. Nicole just got here, which is good. It's good. Hey everybody, Cosmic Wiggle Blanket in the house. Chris is here. Do you have the healing belt? Oh, I thought you said belt.
The healing belt.
Oh my! Let me go get the healing belt. All right, let's heal some shit. What are we gonna draw? I really want you to do a majestic Jesus Buddha guy, like a real mystical one, real witchy, with a wand. Oh, in his lap, holding like this. So he's like, he has his hands like something, maybe like a flame in one hand, with a wand in the other, and he's just like vibing. That would be sick. That's something. Yeah, I'll let you do your work. I'm going for one tonight. I'm taking a request for mystical Jesus, and then I'm gonna hang it up on my wall, so you guys can't have that. You auction it like the others? Okay. What's up? Good to see you, Paulie. So hard to hang and type my words. Yep. Yeah, Chris, you got to be able to type and like at the same time, bro. So it's got to be like type like this. One thumb up, one thumb down. You know, you got to work it out from there. Hey, bro, Lucas, good to see you. Glad you're here. And yes, okay. Instagram, love you guys. Sorry, I was looking at TikTok for a second. Emotions to deal with. Oh boy, you got some emotions coming up, girl? I bet you do. You had a big one today. Remember those breathwork exercises, all right? Physiological sigh. Let it all out. And then the box breath. You just need to bring it down. Breathe it in. Bring your system down. You're doing great.
Physiological sighs are useful to know.
That one's a good one. The Discord Jesus pictures were cool.
Glad you liked them.
Hold on, let me open up Discord
I still
here.
got them with me for.
Oh, I gotta Did you put? You were in Discord, Matt? Yes.
I haven't joined yet.
Oh yeah. Wait, you send me. Okay, I'm gonna drop the.
Yeah, I texted you the pictures, but I haven't joined the Discord.
I have your. Let me get you. I'm gonna drop all the pictures Matt did last week in the Discord in the group chat. So get over there on Discord because these are so sick.
Some of them pretty cool.
I love them.
We've got them here physically too, if you want to. So.
Oh, we have them here physically. Oh yeah, do that. We'll get that on the Discord too.
Yeah,
if you're not on the Discord, hit the link in my profile on wherever you're at. Hit the link tree, and if that link's not working, somebody tell me please. But get over on the Discord. There's a rad little community happening over there.
I have to sharpen my pencil.
Yo, I got a better pocket knife in the. Look on the little, or actually right there. Just flick that light on.
Yeah. Oh.
There's like a. Oh yeah, there's a knife. Why do we have so many knives? Why are there knives at both of our houses? Because we
They're the
work.
most fundamentally useful tool. It's just a
Honestly.
static shape that's got infinite applications.
Yeah.
And it's one of the magical tools.
Truly. Honestly, you guys should have a good knife. Even if you're the most peaceful person ever, you can do so many
I've
things.
never hurt anyone with any of my knives. I've
You know what?
only created.
I have so many knives, and I've only ever made cool things with them.
Yeah,
I mean, I've skinned a few animals and stuff like that,
Yeah.
but it was like really conscious, like husbandry of animals. You know, like the Hummel style, where it's like families raising things, and you know, we skinned that knife. Gerald skinned a couple hogs and a
Damn, I didn't
no,
know
and
that.
a cow.
Damn.
Like we did a cow with that.
Wow.
I mean, there was a few seals with their knives too.
Yeah.
It was a lot of work, but it was ridiculous. Anyway, we're gonna talk about the. I'm not really into that anymore, guys. That was a very old version of me, in case you're wondering. I would not be into that. This is from last week. We were talking about. Alchemy.
Yeah.
And so this was a. Matt did a little alchemy themed one, which is sick.
Speaking of knives, it's one of the four main magical tools. It's all about perception. It's about how you divide one thing from another when you discern and perceive. And it's kind of an inherently destructive act. You kind of dissect things to figure them out in life. And the knife or the sword represents that almost anything.
Matt did these last week.
Was Jesus a witch?
Oh yeah, we were talking about was Jesus a witch. So this was
for that one.
this is Jesus. Oh yeah, he's got his Jesus sash. Oh, he's got holes in his hands, dude. God damn it, you put holes in him. I didn't see that before.
I guess we all did.
Got holes in his hands and his
We all
feet.
did holes in his-
Oh
That's the
shit.
idea.
I know. I was just stunned by your majesty. Oh god, I forgot about last week. This was so good.
How'd you forget?
This was the story of when I wrote a unicorn for a guitar release video, pedal demo video thing, and I was the fattest I'd ever been and had a big beard, and I was full of barbecue. But that was me on a unicorn. I was full of barbecue.
I'm the fattest I've ever been now. What a coincidence.
Are you full of barbecue?
No.
We're saving the thickest cowboy for last.
Thickest cowboy in the West.
Thickest cowboy in the West. What was this
Lizard
one?
Jesus, because
Oh, yeah.
lizards have a third eye. Their pineal gland is at the surface of their brain, and they actually have a hole in their skull. And not all lizards. Hashtag not all lizards.
Not all, hashtag not all lizards.
But some lizards will have, there's a transparent scale that lets light through, because part of the pineal gland's like day-to-day function is regulating your circadian rhythm. And so with lizards, it's actually perceiving the sunlight directly in order to help them regulate their sleep cycle. And for us, there's receptors in the eyes that are hardwired back there in the brain to help regulate ours. Yeah, so that's why we did lizard, because we're talking about Jesus.
The third eye lizard.
Having his third eye open, and lizards have an actual
God,
third eye.
he's even doing mudras with every hand.
yeah, so
Mudras
Jesus
with every hand.
Yeah.
The Jesus
You got the
mudras.
sacred heart.
So maybe we should auction these. That's so much auctioning and shipping.
It is a lot.
God, are you guys?
If everyone wants them, I'm down. But
Are you guys ready
You
for
don't need to let that take over. If people aren't
You guys, everybody sit down if you're not sitting. Like just sit, because you're about to witness the thickest cowboy.
the thickest cowboy in the West.
Dude, is that not the thickest cowboy you've ever seen? Right? If I make the paper dance, if I pull it just right, it makes it kind of... Gives a little boop, you know? Thickest cowboy in the West. So, that was
Levi's pop.
last week. He
Yeah.
was making those Levi's shake. I'm gonna put him in the back, you know? It's too much.
Calm yourself, cowboy.
God, Matt, you're brilliant. All right, what are we drawing next, guys? Does Matt? Yeah, Matt will do commissions for sure.
No, I just got like
No commissions.
instead of kill.
Wait, what? No commissions. He wants a commission piece. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, they can find me on Instagram.
Yeah. Let me actually. I'm gonna put Matt's contact or his Instagram in my link tree real quick.
I think you did last time. Didn't you?
I did, and I pulled it out because I was redoing things and I forgot to put it right before the show again. Yeah, I just reorganized a bunch of stuff.
They're pants. They're just baggy hippie pants.
Where's my login?
Daniel's house is a soft pants place. You can't just come in here with jeans.
No, it's a Florida place. Thanks for the login link tree. What the? Oh, there we go. I can do this. Log it in. Oh, probably is because I'm running like 8 lives through my phone's hotspot right now.
Could be.
Because it's the fastest upload that I have in this house.
Thank you, yo.
So anyway, Matt does commissions for sure. He'll do all. If you need some like real Matt, Joe. Hello there. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm glad you're here. Matt has done all kinds of amazing commissions for. I mean, even when you were working for me at Salvage, Matt was doing prop making for. You were running up to LA all the time.
No, that was in San Diego. That was for Halloween costumes. I've done some work in LA since. Oh, the commercial shoot I did.
I remember you did. That big giant robot arm, dude.
Yeah.
That was ridiculous.
That one was one of the toughest jobs I've ever done.
Yeah, it was for like video game art for this like big mechanized robot arm thing that this character had to have, and so Matt just made a giant arm for him.
They contacted me with like a week and a half till the shoot, and they fucked around and didn't give me the reference for a week.
Oh yeah,
so
you were.
Like 4 days to do it. So I pulled like 3 all-nighters. I was finishing on set, and like film sets are measured by like how many dollars they're spending a second. So I'm holding everything up to try to get the damn thing assembled because.
You were super gluing it together on the set.
Yeah, painting it on set.
You were painting it on set.
It was the most stressed I've ever been because it's. It was a small TV commercial shoot. It wasn't like a film. But still,
it wasn't like big budget.
Several dozen professionals like held up on you hating your guts. It is the most intensely stressed I've ever felt because
you were so
that's more stressful to me than like car crashes or like any other times.
You were so jacked that week. You were so out of it.
It was stressful.
So Matt was working for me, and then he was moonlighting, making props and making costume pieces and doing a bunch of casting molds for a costume company that would put swords in Party City and stuff. He did the Hobbit sword from like Moon. They would give him a. He doesn't even remember all the. You did so many different castings in the shop.
Oh, yeah.
All these different things, all the different like form folding stuff. Not form folding, but all the heat molding.
I made a vacuum former.
The vacuum form. That's right.
That was a good.
We made a steamer too that one time.
Yeah, to try to bend wood. Didn't work out, but.
Yeah. You put a dragon head on it though.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It looked nice.
I bet you we forgot.
Our steam source was just a hot pot. Was the problem? We
need more steam. We need more steam. That's right. We never hooked up a real boiler.
Yeah.
I bet you anything, Matt. You and I have probably forgotten 75% of the things we've ever made.
I don't think 75.
50%?
Maybe 50.
Probably 50. I mean, that's high, dude. Because there's sometimes I'm talking about stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, I made that.
It depends on what you mean forgot too, because like you're like
you're just not thinking about it, you know.
Yeah. It's also there. It needs a trigger to bring it back.
I made it. Like I just remember right now. I made an amp for Eric Clapton one time. I got commissioned by John Mayer to do a fancy finish on an amp, and he was just like, have the guys at Salvage do whatever they want. And so I did an amp for Eric Clapton, and that never was in my mind. I was like, what are the things I don't remember that I made? And I was like, oh yeah, I made an amp for Eric Clapton.
Yeah, it's some cool shit. It's some cool people.
Yeah, it's like I don't think about it. It's just something that happened. There's some pictures somewhere. I don't know. Oh my gosh. Anyway, you guys are talking amongst yourselves. You guys got this thing under control. Matt and I are losing it. If you're not in the Discord, guys, I'm gonna drop the images from last week in there. So you should definitely get in there. Where did I save these to? That would be cool to know. God. I wonder if I could just drag them into Discord. All right, if you're not in Discord, if you're not following Matt, please do give the man a follow. You can find his information right in my link tree.
Right now I'm just on Instagram, the one and only Matt Jones.
Yeah, he's the one and only with any of the others.
Most generic possible.
Oh man. Okay, I'm uploading these right now because they're sick. Oh god, thank you Discord for being easy to use, and I can get the thickest cowboy here in just a second. Oh, what a magical place. I should just grab all of these. But no. Hey, I did it. Oh damn. Are those gonna work? Look at that technology, guys. All right, how we doing, everybody? How we doing? Jamila, you still here? Oh, live? I know on Instagram. Look at that. Instagram sucks, guys. Don't tell them I told you that. We are on Discord too. We're everywhere, dude. There's a Discord. Get in there. Just go to my link tree. There's a link to the Discord and get in there. I just uploaded those pictures from last week. There's a whole bunch of there's a thread talking about mental illness, health. There's a whole bunch of cool stuff in there. All the people from live are hanging out in there. Everybody that's cool is doing it. So. Everyone's there. Yeah, right. Everyone who's like the people that come in are the raddest. I love them, Matt. They're all like they're like the fighters. I don't know. They're just scrappy. You know, they're still fighting. They're like, life's not kicking my ass. Like, you know, they just get this grit to them. I love it. Guys, I just remembered something cool. Today, I just finished a workshop course on meditation. It is up on the website. It's for sale. It's a little premium thing. It's not very much. Oh, shit. I should give you guys a discount code, though. Anyway, it's a course on meditation. And it's all of the tricks effectively boiled down to the simplest format possible that I've learned over the years and explained in an easy Daniel way with simple lessons so you can just follow the program and learn how to meditate and have everything you need without having to get all fancy about it. So that's the idea. It's $44, but I'm going to make a coupon code for the TikTokers because you guys are awesome. I want to make a coupon code right now. Anyway, I'll probably talk about that more in the morning meditations, which if you guys are there at 6:30 every morning Pacific Standard Time, you'll know what I'm talking about. It's great. I feel like I need to play something in a minor key for you, Matt.
It's the only key I like.
All right, guys.
I'll take a diminish. That's the worst. When there's like a really beautiful minor melody developing, and then just like the musician like drags it in the major when it doesn't belong. Like, it's happy now. It feels like somebody's like painting something really intricate and beautiful, and then somebody just wipes their hand across the canvas. I hate that. Makes me so sad. Minor doesn't feel sad to me. It just feels, I don't know, kind of calm.
I'm gonna give it 50%. Should I give it 50% off?
Yeah, do 50 but make it limited.
Oh, no wonder it's hot in here. I turned that fan off. I was like, why am I
sweating?
About
my house being hot last week.
Is it hot for you?
It's warm in here.
It's not hot. See, your house is hot, dude. My house is perfect, except for I'm sweating. Ow, my legs. Oh, God.
I think you're just not paying attention to how hot you are.
I think I wasn't, and like, oh, shit, my legs are not working. I didn't realize that. Here's the fan. Oh. Woo. All right, I'm just going to squat on this cushion like an idiot. Single coupon offers include just this one. That's it.
Exclusive.
There it is. Dunzo. Okay. If you guys want to get your little greasy hands on, there's only a few of you here, so this is good. I'm not going to be giving this away to everybody. On a rad meditation course, you will get 50% off with this coupon. I'm going to put it in here right now as soon as I can figure out how to leave a comment on my own fucking thing. How do you leave a comment? What is going on here?
You can do it.
What? Translate. What didn't I used to be? What happened to TikTok? I feel so old right now. Like when they changed Facebook on all the parents, and they put a petition up to contest.
When you get a call from your mom, she's like, "Why did you change the logo on the Googles for me? I like the old one.
Come change it back.
Change the logo on the Googles."
Oh my gosh. Okay. The code is live meditation. Live, L-I-V-E, meditation, and that will get you guys 50% off the meditation thing.
Okay.
God, I should put a limit on that.
Yeah.
Now, how many times can people use this thing? Oh shit, I already made it. How do I edit this? Whatever. It's done. Oh, I didn't do a date on it. I didn't even do a time limit. I'm gonna go delete that in a little bit.
Remake the keeper.
Remake it. It's called Live Meditation. Anyway, check the little course out. The marketing flux. Honestly, I haven't put a lot of time and energy into that, but the course is amazing. So, but you can't see it until you get in there. So, suckers. Oh man. Okay, drawing prompt. Window people yelling at the sun for using them to magnify its light to burn witches.
That's pretty fun.
Into it.
It's not the sun's fault. It's the people using the magnifiers.
All right, we're gonna play music, Chris. We're gonna play music. I'm gonna go pee real quick. Hold on. Then I'm gonna play music. I'm gonna make some tea. Matt, you want some tea?
Sure. What kind of tea you do?
I got some.
I got that cold jasmine tea in the fridge too.
Oh, you did? Yeah, let's do that since it's
Yeah.
hot.
It is hot.
It's hot. It's hot in here.
Something about that reminded me of this little moment from Duncan Trussell's podcast, where he's talking about how meditative experiences or substances or other things can, open your doors of perception. You start to see all these connections, all these things going on, and if you pay attention, sometimes they can sound kind of similar to what the crazy dude on the corner is screaming about. And you're like, or if you're in that state there, you're like, no, I get it, bro. and how it's like, normally those windows are closed. It's like there's blinds or shutters over them. And then you peek out through them and you're like, wow, it's crazy out there. And then you shut it again. But then what happens if all the windows just get blown open? They're all open and there's this swirling chaos of greater reality all around. You're like, oh no, close the windows! Like, it's probably what those people are experiencing who are constantly screaming in that way. Like, if you were in the same reality they were in, you'd be reacting the same way. It just looks crazy because you're not seeing what they're seeing. It's kind of the inverse of your prompt. I always think about that when I see that guy screaming about incomprehensible things in the distance. As well as whatever got him there, because I don't feel like I'm that far off of that, honestly. I could be there. Most of us could pretty easily, pretty quickly.
Okay, man. I won't play anything churchy, dude. Okay? I don't want to trigger you.
I got it. Triggering's fine if it's in a limited dose. That's how you overcome it.
Oh, I can tell people about my little journey I had today. That was wild. We'll do that. We'll get some people here and I'll tell you about some emotional alchemy I was doing on myself today.
Oh, yeah.
Right when Matt showed up.
Unexpectedly.
Yeah, I had unexpected trauma pop up. Jeez. Anyway, it was great though. I processed a little session right before we started this live. I had to work it through. It was a big day too. Had a lot going on. Just we're right into a little trauma processing session and jumped on live. Let's go.
Let's go.
Ridiculous. Oh man. Anyway, we're gonna play some music. I heard it was 98 in Santee. I bet. Matt lives in La Mesa. Jill knows the hood. She's a used to local.
Ah, cool.
Yeah.
Where you at
She
now?
knew where Deerhorn was.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Deerhorn and or you lived out in Deerhorn, right, Joe? Past.
That's where I lived too. High school was right there.
Oh
I was
yeah.
surprised to find out it was oh shit, I was there.
Oh yeah. You lived way out there.
Yeah, kept her around.
Forgot about that. What's up, everybody? Caitlin, I haven't seen you in forever. I cry every day, I want you to know that. Matt, here's the question.
Cool.
I think a mouse just ran by.
Cool. Okay.
I saw a little flash. Do you want to drink out of the boob mug or the rainbow dick mug?
Give me boobs.
You're getting the boobs. I'll take the rainbow. These are from
Those are sick.
Kenton Hoppus.
Oh, those are Kevin's work?
Yeah, these are my housewarming presents. He brought me a set of dick and boob mugs, different varieties. Thanks, Kenton.
Dude, I love Kevin's work, but I haven't seen
You
that.
get the boobs.
That variety.
Isn't that funny? Dude, it's fucking Kenton, dude. There's dicks everywhere on this thing. The pretzel dick.
The curly king is
hilarious. This is like you at the shop. This is like what art Matt would draw at my shop, on shit on the walls. It would be subtle.
Before the shop, I never did poop jokes, dick jokes, any of that. It was such a thing.
We polluted you, dude.
Yeah, I was just like, okay, fine. This is the level we're at.
You did it ironically. You're like, I'm gonna do an ironic dick joke. Matt's always been elevated, guys. He's never stooped to my level. That's what I love about them. What kind of tea? We got green jasmine. It's delicious. It's strong.
Yeah, I made it strong because I thought we were going to put ice cubes in it.
Oh, I'm just drinking it straight up. You want a little water hit in there? There's some there.
Yeah, that's good.
I like it strong.
You
cry every day too? See, Caitlin, it's okay. You know, it's okay to cry. Dude, can you play John Denver? I don't know any John Denver, but I'll play some not church songs for Matt.
Some non-Denver.
What? What, dude? You love that. I wasn't a church song.
Oh, no.
Fuck, I gotta go burn my fingers. Ouch, it burns me. Oh, I can do this. Let me play something cute.
And you mocked me for liking Chili Peppers.
Oh, dude, that's rad. Not in tune. I'm sorry, guys. We're gonna actually get in the vibe here. If you're hanging at home, make sure you have something to sketch. You know, make sure you're liking these videos too. Don't just sit there like a slouch. Put your thumbs to work, you know? And for those of you scrolling by, lay your weary thumbs to rest, you know? You've been working way too hard. Just fucking stop, okay? Take a breath.
Working my fingers to the bone in the light mill.
Sonderglass. Hello, dude. Glad you're here. We got this. I hope you're making something right now. Are you crafting right now? Are you blowing some glass right now? You better be doing something creative. It's creative night, you know? We're expressing. We're worshiping God. Where was I? That was nice.
Yeah.
I was feeling some vibes there.
Yeah. Something was coming up for me from you mentioning earlier that you had some trauma about guilt, about always being a failure, always fucking up, sort of.
Yeah, like shame trauma.
Yeah, but with that specific inflection too.
Like fucking something up. Yeah.
Yeah, I
like
fucked
feeling
up.
like you fucked up. Yeah.
Yeah, it reminded me of something that I was working through with some of my stuff earlier this week, and part of what I think made our specific flavor of religion tough is this idea that any sin, any failure, any fuck up, any wrongdoing is evidence of your infinite horribleness. It's like there's this idea of original sin that you're born deserving to go to hell to be tormented forever, right?
Which was made up 300 years after Jesus was around. It's called a doctrine. That is an idea that people put together based on things that the Bible said, not something written in the Bible. Just to be fair.
Right. So there's this idea that every time you make the smallest mistake, even if you don't, it's still there. But especially anytime you make even the tiniest error, it's evidence of infinite guiltiness and lack of worth and lack of quality. And one of the things that's been healing for me is to go back and realize that a lot of references to sin in the Bible are the word hamartia, which is an archery term for missing the mark. As in, you're aiming at the bullseye and you go a little bit off to the side. And that what's inherently being communicated there, and I think this is an actual reasonable perspective, is, you didn't quite get what you were going for. It wasn't right, because we're all fucking imperfect. We all make mistakes all the time. And that, like, even in the word choice alone in the original materials, there's more of a sensibility in a lot of cases of a lot of errors just being missing the mark. Something, and so that inherently it's worth correcting. Like, you disappoint somebody, you fuck something up, you don't do as well as you should have, you don't show up. It's worth recognizing that and trying to do better.
That's like what we did earlier, where you're like, hey, bro, you got to give me more. Because we switched up plans. We were going to be at Matt's house, and it was like my bad because my schedule. And I was like, can you come up here? And he's like, man, I was already setting up. He's like, you could have given me a little more warning. I was like, I know, I'm sorry. It's like I missed that mark.
And that's new for me. I would usually not say that because I'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, I should have known. Like, it's new for me to like try to even communicate. Like, I'm kind of bummed. I was ready to go here.
It's good you did. It's good you like communicated that. So I got it. And then I had to work through my stuff too, because that triggered on me of like, oh, I fucked this up. I don't want to let Matt down. That's the last thing I want to do. And so then I had my own shame come up. So it was interesting how like each one, that's how relationships work. It's like with any relationship, like you just end up attracting some polar energy that's gonna work some shit out. And that's what the karma is in relationships. You like can't help it. You get to know somebody. You're like, oh, you're cool. Yeah, I get your vibe. Well, it's because you got the same trauma vibes too. You just don't realize it. You're like, I understand you.
Yeah, but it's a minor thing. But I think it's a good point that it's worth actually communicating and working it out, because it's easy to let those little things go by and not talk about it, and then they pile up and rot. But I think that's part of why like I identify with that. Anytime I make the smallest mistake, I feel so wretchedly guilty, and often that can lead to really unhealthy outcomes, like not admitting and not correcting for it, not confronting it, because you feel like this tiny error is the worst fucking thing in the world.
Yeah, and it crushes you. It gets in this like nervous system loop, because then it triggers like, I knew it, and then it gets all this shit, all this. It triggers right back down to the root feeling.
Yeah.
And then you're just like, ugh, and it just drags you down, depresses you, or gets you anxiety.
Yeah. And I'm 34, and I got out of that community when I was like right when I turned 21. So I've got almost a decade and a half of time out of it, but that behavioral loop is still programmed into the system. It still comes up all the time.
Yep. You feel it pop up, even though you.
It's my default for most things. And it makes it really hard to just go through life, because every molehill is a mountain, and that's not accurate. It's valid emotionally to feel that way because I was forcibly programmed that way. Exactly. But at the same time, that's not true, and that's not how I want to keep living. And it takes a lot of recognitions of that to work through it. Yeah. And it's part of the reason that whole mindfulness practice of like when a tough emotion comes up, you recognize it, maybe like visualize its shape and its texture, where it's at your body. That whole type of process of feeling your feelings, like part of why that's working is it's giving your conscious mind access to that subconscious emotional routine. Because when you start to feel triggered, your conscious mind is going offline. It's literally shutting down to let you go into survival mode.
Yep. You're forcing yourself to stay online.
Right, exactly. When normally you'd go offline. And it's giving your conscious mind an understanding of the shape of that pattern by living through it consciously instead of going subconscious, getting reactive, flipping out.
This is literally like the embodiment of what would happen if you get activated in some old wound. Well, I don't know what would be the right, maybe for observing your feelings, right? Getting lost in your feeling is like, oh my god, this thing, oh shit, oh god, like what are we gonna do? Oh my god, oh, your body and everything just wants to like, oh, as your mind closes in with too many options. Or if you hit that point of like, oh my gosh, what is this? Like the trigger, and you go like, let me just breathe. Or as soon as you realize you worked up, and I can tell you why my stuff that I had an experience that I'll tell you about the same thing, like catching myself in a little embodied trigger. Like I felt the anxiety hit, and I was like, what is this? Or I felt some stress hit, and I was like, Daniel, we don't do that. This is not where we live. And I was like, I don't stress. That's not what I do. So that's my trigger to know if I feel this tension. What's my problem? Like what am I worrying about? And I was just my own like perfectionism and wanting to, do something right. Like I wanted to start this thing at 7:00. We kind of had time, and the schedule got fucked up a little bit. And it's like I was hustling around, and because we changed places, I had to change gear around. It was just like a mess, And I had no real gaps in my day. I had just been going. And all of a sudden, I realized I was stressed. And I was like, hold on, Daniel, we don't live here. And I was like, I literally walked outside, and I was like, this is not what we do.
And you realized it had been happening for a while at the point that you consciously noticed.
Yes,
like, you're not just your conscious thoughts. Like that was happening.
It was happening. I was thinking about this stuff. This is like subconscious processes happening. I'm not even, this is like background stories of you gotta, present whatever just right. And so I had that feeling, and I used the feeling as my like indicator that something's off. And I just stopped. I was like, no, wait, hold on, this is not where I live. And I went outside, and I was like, okay, Daniel, you're just feeling some feelings. Yeah, this is some old perfectionism stuff. You don't have to feel this. Like, it doesn't matter if we start 15 minutes late or 30 minutes late. Like, who gives a fuck? It's okay. And then I was like, okay, cool, get back to work. And then I was able to get back to work and like we easily put all my wiring together and download the new drivers and stuff I needed to download. And it's just a shit show. Like a whole bunch of stuff went technically wrong right before we were starting, But I knew that if I just stopped my trigger, instead of getting worked up and oh shit, fuck, and then where's this cable go, kind of thing like that. I was just like, no, where am I? I'm just in the moment. Like, don't get worked up into some future thing. Yeah. Who fucking cares? Just do what you're doing, chop wood, carry water. Like calm the fuck down.
Yeah. I don't think it's a stop it, but it's not identifying with that feeling. Like, oh shit, I'm feeling like a bunch of shame's happening to me right now. I'm experiencing a bunch like, rather than normally you become the shame. Like, I am the shame. I am worthless. I'm such a piece of shit because I fucked this up. Like, you identify with the emotion that's happening to you.
Yes.
And you become it. And then half the time too, you don't even let it completely execute. Like, let it follow through. You then like to get away from it. You then like stuff it back down, and you're like, okay, I'm fine. But but you're somewhere down inside. You're still ashamed. Rather than being like, oh, something that's making me feel shame is happening to me now. Yeah. And letting it playing out and realizing it's just a
feeling.
Yeah, and an element, a component of yourself in your experience, not your whole self.
Yeah.
Because what it wants to do is pull your whole consciousness into it and, like I said, just identify as that.
Yes, to become that. So you become the shame, and then everything about you is, ugh, instead of having a conscious, wait a second here, like I'm not going to allow myself to go any further into this process that I'm doing right now, because I know myself. You know what I mean? And you just have a little talk with yourself, and
that sometimes. Like sometimes it has to get itself out. Like I'm feeling.
Yeah, you're right. Let me. The dissonance there is what I did when I went outside. I was like, okay, what is this? And I was like, I was feeling it deeply. I was like, okay, what is this? Why am I feeling this way? I wasn't trying to push it away. I was like, let's go in and feel it deeply. Okay, what is this? I'm like, oh, I'm just feeling like some pressure and some shame stuff. I just went right down into the guts of the feeling instead of making up stories about it. I'm like, what does this feel like? Yeah. And I was like, oh, this just feels like pressure and shame and stuff. And that reminds me of, childhood or whatever. So fuck this noise. I don't need that in my life. So that's the point I am in my process, where it's like these little tattery remnants of karma and shame, where I can be like, no, get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? When a lot of people are so worked up into a panic state and anxiety that they have to stop and actually be like, wait, I gotta breathe. I'm gonna sit down. Like I really need to like hard stop here. You know what I mean? Let me just breathe and feel all of these feelings and let them not overwhelm me, let them not become me. They're just passing through me. Just breathe, let the things pass through, let yourself feel it out, because what you're doing there is you're reprogramming your nervous system a little bit. Hold on. You're reprogramming your nervous system to be safe in that moment. Mm-hmm. Because the shame is the old memory of some other bullshit that went down. So if you can stop and feel that feeling through and allow it to happen in the moment, like you have the capacity to do that, or however close you can do to do that without letting it overwhelm you. What it does is tell your nervous system, oh, never mind, oops, my bad, let's reprogram to this moment. Yeah. And it gets a little easier every time. And so it's a constant practice of like, no, I know what you are. It's once you identify it, then you can be like, no, I know this feeling. This is not who I am as a person. Like, I'm done with this. You know what I mean? Like really hard kind of reprogram in that regard. But there's different levels of it. Like sometimes it's like trauma response. I got to just sit down and do the physiological sigh. Like, oh, okay, I can do this. Oh, okay. Like you're so worked up that your heart is exploding and you can't. That's all you can do. Or maybe you need to curl up on the ground and move into a rocking, like satiating position so your nervous system can calm down. Maybe you need to do that. Maybe you need to scream into a pillow. You know what I mean? Like let these things happen. Don't lock them up. But as soon as you can equalize your nervous system to go into the story, be like, why do I feel this way?
Yeah.
Why do I feel this way? Not like this outside thing happening to me, but why am I feeling this way in my experience? And then you can start working into the deep stories and things like that. By the way, this is a really great time to pitch the little meditation course I just finished today. I'm really excited about, guys. It's honestly really good. I did a bunch of videos talking about meditation and the basics, the nuts and the bolts. This is like the main practice that I've used to completely transform my life, to save me from all of my trauma, to figure out all of the things that I figured out in my own body and breathing and whatever, neurochemistry, feeling things through. You know what I mean? Like this is the practice, and this is kind of the basics of how I've figured out you can just do it without all the fluff. You don't got to wear a robe and put a linen shirt on and some beads with a crystal in your ass. You can do it pretty simple like and change your life in a week. There's one gal we meet every morning at 6:30. Tinks. She's been there every day. She just happened upon the meditation the first day it started, and this has been like 3 weeks now, and she was a mess. Like admittedly, we've been talking about the whole journey, and it was 2 weeks in. She was like, I feel so. You have no idea. We were like chatting about it, and I was like on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being like everything's chill, 10 being fully worked up. How did you feel before we started meditating? And she's like, about a 7. Like I was like, all the time, what was your normal baseline? She's like, about a 7. And I was like, damn, that's hard. And I was like, after 2 weeks of meditating, I was like, what's your baseline now? And she's like, about a 2. She was like 2 weeks of meditating, and she like solved her anxiety problems. She's like cleaned up her life and said so many people. She's like, I'm so good. She's like, I'll be here every morning. I'm like, don't you judge yourself when you miss it. You know what I mean? Like, don't you judge yourself. That's not what we do. And Sonder Glass, he's been here. He's been here. A bunch of you guys have been here. Anyway, I just finished a course, a meditation. It's a cheap ass course. It is $44. And for anybody watching on live, because I just put it up tonight, I made a coupon code, which I forgot what it was, but I'm gonna go check real quick to give you 50% off because I love you and I want to sell some of these things because I'm proud of it. Go watch the videos. And tell me if there's any typos and stuff. I'm giving you half off, so give me some feedback. Be like, Daniel, you dumbass. You're like, you misspelled your name. I'll be like, yeah, I did. So just give me that feedback. I'd love that. You, Caitlin. I'm talking to you. I'm going to let you in there. No, you pay for it. The code is live meditation. I hope I spelled that right. MEDITATION. Yeah, I spelled that right. Live meditation, and I'll give you 50% off of the program. And it's pretty sweet. It'll change your life in 2 weeks or less. Money back guaranteed. Because it was only $44, you dummies. Go get it. Oh man, I did. It's more for like go buy the thing, and you're only paying money just so you'll actually do it. And that's the whole point. I don't really care. I want you to meditate and heal yourself. But there's a coupon code for you called Live Meditation. So get after it, kids. It'll be great. It'll change your life. My life started. I was shifting it very consciously, and I was learning about myself and exploring things, and I was meditating on and off like semi-regularly, like, and the more I did it the better my life was. But I was like, you fall off it, and I was doing it hit or miss, 2 or 3 times a week, pretty good, a little bit, maybe 20 minutes, 10 minutes here and there, and throwing it in, trying to go to the beach intentionally and doing it. And it wasn't until, and I had come to a really good point in my life, even with a hit and miss. Like, I was feeling good. I'd really worked through some stuff. I could work it in. I just didn't have a daily practice, And it was right at the beginning of COVID. So right at the beginning of 2020 is when I started every day, and I did for 3, because I was basically, this is what happened. This is why I started meditating hard instead of just hit or miss, and it changed my life. Dramatically. Somebody was like, "You're not allowed to leave your house," and I was like, "Yeah, fucking right, I'm not allowed to leave my house," and I was out the door, But at the same time, I knew that there was COVID thing happening there, and I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna respect this. I'm gonna just be careful. I'm not gonna I'm gonna obey the rules. I'm gonna obey the spirit of the law, but I'm fucking out of here." You know what I'm saying? So I went out at 6:30 in the morning on my one wheel, and I'd ride it to the beach, and then roads were all clear, and I would ride around everywhere and just do whatever the fuck I wanted. It was like a ghost town. It was great. It was so fun. Right in the middle of Encinitas Boulevard, I'd be swerve. It's like this huge road. I'm just like carving down the hill. It was ridiculous. It was like zombie town. So without the zombies, so that was nice. And I'd go to the beach every morning and meditate, and I started doing it, and I got up to half an hour. No, I was doing like 20-minute sits. I got up to a 20-minute sit, and I was doing that every morning. And I think maybe I was pushing half an hour. I can't remember. And I got in a good groove after about 3 months, and I was like, yeah, this is nice. And it was really, I just was like being civilly disobedient, and then I needed a reason to be civilly disobedient, so I chose meditation as my tool for the job, and I did a good job at it. Because I kept meditating every single fucking day, and I've honestly only missed like maybe about a week or 2 of time since then, in days that I've missed. Maybe a month or 2 in days that I've missed in total. Man, it's completely shifted everything about how I process things neurologically. How this is why I'm all zenny all the time, and I'm like this all the time. Truly, like I caught myself earlier in a little stress, and I went outside and I was talking to myself, and I was like, no, we don't do that. That's not where we live, son. And I'm back. So you really can sort your nervous system out with a good meditation practice, and you end up really liking it. So if you want to learn how to do it, go to my website, get the course. If you just look in my link tree in my profile, you can find a link right to it. The marketing for it sucks, but the course is awesome. So get over it. The coupon code is Live Meditation. Live Meditation. And you can get it. Thanks for sharing the video, guys, and for all the likes. Keep doing the thing that you're doing, Got to keep baby Jesus happy. What are we talking about? Anything cool? Perfect. You can get a tour of this badass painting. What? Not yet. You calm down, Scoopa de Poop. God, that's
Scuba de poop.
Scoop de Poop. That is literally the username here, and I really like that. I think I'm gonna get that tattooed right on my forehead where I can see it in the reflection here. It looks good there above my eyebrow. I think it's a good idea. Scoop de Poop. Live meditation. Thank you, Caitlin. This is why you're in charge. Chris, I love you. See you later, man. You might have been gone already, but I love you. I'll just text you. Can't wait. Cool. What's up, Hot Mess Jen? That's for you. Hot Mess Jen, I made that meditation course for you, all right? Listen to me. This is called, I should have titled that course, How to Not Be a Hot Mess, all right? But I still like your username, so keep that, just ironically. But don't be a hot mess, but username ironically, Do the course, Hot Mess. All right. course rocks. Cool. It's this is me bootlegging everything, guys. So the whole website, everything, the pictures, the graphics. So please tell me if there's a typo, because that's the only thing I don't know how to do is spell stuff. Everything else I'm good at. The spelling, grammar, not so much. Knowing what day it is, not at all. No, sirree, and or madam, or anything in between. I really have never had any idea where I am. But, good at guitar. You have no idea. You're trying over here. Hot Mess Jen, I believe in you. Don't ever change that name, though. Caitlin, seriously, thank you. Keep an eye out for those typos, girl. You got this. Appreciate you. Dave, what's up, man? Are you hanging? Sonderglass. I wish these stinking comments were bigger on Instagram, but here we are. Definitely solved my anxiety. So okay, there, exactly. Sonderglass has been in the morning meditation and been there almost every morning. And I think you replaced your morning bowl with meditation. You've said, and have solved your anxiety now after being there for a week and a half or two. It's like as long as you can get that practice and you keep your nervous system regulated like that, woo, man, you can really get some good steam going in your self-care and in your regulation, your overall state of being. It's nice.
Yeah, because like the term nervous system regulation, like don't think of it like rules and regulations. Like a regulator is like the mechanical gauge you use to like control how much like propane is coming out of a propane tank.
Or a volume knob.
Exactly.
It's a regulator. It's like how much volume.
That's all it is.
Or a hose.
Like what we were talking about earlier, when you have some traumatic thing come up and you go through the work of like feeling it and experiencing it and giving your conscious mind access to it. It's giving your whole self access to that volume knob to adjust it as appropriate.
Right? And here's the thing with life is all of the dynamics of life exist. All of the positive stuff, all of the negative stuff, all at the same time, right? Energy is not destroyed or created. It's just a big cycle of information, of stuff happening. And shit happens. Well, it's always happening in equal proportions to the good shit. That's how balance works. That's how the harmony thing works. That's how everything sticks together magnetically in a way.
Well, not always in time. Sometimes it's like you have a backlash to compensate.
But there's always there's always that like harmonizing. It's like the more you snap at something, the more it backlashes.
Exactly, precisely.
You know what I mean? So there's always that return on energy for everything. Yeah. It's like this big balancing act of all of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you get into some weird philosophical conversations about free will at that point. It's like, is this just magnets sucking me this way and that? Like, I can't even fucking help this. Like, in hindsight, like, think about it, guys. Every time you've ever gotten somewhere, right, when you get through something in hindsight, you're like, oh, that wasn't what I thought it was. Like, once you figure it out, you're like, that wasn't at all what I thought it was. But the whole time you thought you were doing something different, but really it was for some other purpose. I don't know. That's like the story of my life. Found a really cool skull jar. Ooh, because spooky stuff's out. Real skull.
It's interior decorating season.
Big as a real skull, but glass. That's awesome.
Is it full of vodka?
Scoop de poop. God, I love scoop de poop. Huh? Scoop de poop. Hey, Instagram, what are you guys doing up there? Are you hanging? We got the curly hair kid 619. What's up? Well, yeah, good to have you. Hell yeah, 619. We got some 619ers in the house.
Lifetime 619.
That's some old school San Diego zip code business right there, in case you're wondering. The original.
It's not really a thing, but it's kind of a thing.
It's a thing, dude. That's original 619er. Man, I uploaded those pictures to Discord, and they are not the right format.
Are they HECs?
Oh yeah, what is up with that?
iPhones.
Fucking iPhone. Steve Jobs and your.
Spit it out as a JPEG. Ghost.
So give us your JPEG, Steve Jobs, a ghost.
He won't.
What a jerk.
He wants an HEC. Let's see, have like slow motion and time lapse and all kinds of crazy stuff.
We're just removing all this. I don't care. Get on the Discord, guys. It's awesome. There's a lot of good conversation going on over the Discord for people who are into working through their healing process, working through emotional things, their anxiety stuff. There's also a bunch of kind of shitpost stuff there too. So You know, it's a little bit of a spiritual healing, and it's a little bit of a dick joke at times. But come on down. Um, there's a really nice thread called "Show Your City," where people from around the world are showing off beautiful and or eclectic or just gritty ass stuff from around where they live, to let us all see what it's actually like, kind of like on the street, around in the area, or maybe the beautiful stuff. I think that would be a pretty fun little project to do that and like share that. Um, let people see what you're all about, you know, or where you live. I think it's pretty neat. Anyway, feel free to join us over there. There's a lot of good chats going on. And also, if you guys are liking the stuff, my work or Matt's work, we are both on my profile right now, in the link tree. Just click on that. You can get to Matt's Instagram. He also does commissions if you need some art or some casting or random assorted anything made, costumes, whatever, you name it. A devil skull, probably carve it out of a rock for you, no problem. Mm-hmm. And because he has done that, maybe not a devil skull. That would
be a big hand.
That would be sick.
Yeah.
Big horny skull.
Horny skull.
But what if the skull face was sort of like amorphous, like it wasn't fully formed out?
Yeah.
Like the horns were really detailed, and the back of it was kind of
looked like it was like kind of naturally formed.
Yeah, but it's still like there's the shape of it. I don't know, maybe like washed away or something.
Yeah.
It'd be a cool contrast.
There's a piece. It used to be something cast in like concrete with really big rock components in it. It had like some iron reinforcement, but the way it's eroded, this is like on the way to Black's Beach from Torrey Pines.
Yeah.
It looks like a torso. I'm like, I'm gonna steal that and refine it, make a face, make a torso
that.
of stone and concrete.
I want that stone. Oh. Yeah, Matt goes around town looking at different rocks, and he's like, "Ooh, I need that rock.
Yeah.
I want that."
Yeah. People are like, I like rocks, but they don't really like rocks. Like I like crystals. I like rocks.
Matt wants a big ass rock and a hammer and some chisels and some rasps.
Yeah, or just the rock to be itself. It depends on the rock.
Yeah. I've done a couple. If you guys want to make a cool rock planter or like a little succulent planter, get yourself a masonry bit on an angle grinder, right? And just cut down into it with the round of the angle grinder. Find a nice little rock, you know. Just hold it with your feet like a proper, you know, safety's third. Get your angle grinder with no guard on it. Okay,
I've never used an angle grinder barefoot. Daniel, I feel attacked.
I'm talking about myself, Matt, because last time I did this, I remember I was outside the hose running on it, and I was just barefoot, just holding it with my feet, like, doing that, you know. And anyway, if you take the angle grinder and you just cut like a little, like pie chunks out of it, you use the round of it to create the shape, and then you can just take a little chisel and pop all those pieces out and then shape it in there with the angle grinder, and then drill a little hole down through, obviously a masonry bit, for a little drain hole. It makes a really cute little rock planter. You know, it's nice. You should try that. All you need is an angle grinder and a chisel and a hammer and some feet and a hose and a rock and a plant and maybe some dirt.
And some coordination.
Some coordination.
Some intuition on.
And don't cut any like arteries in your legs. There's a lot of them in there, so maybe don't take any of my advice. Matt and I are trained professionals.
Yeah. If that idea doesn't scare you, you might be fine.
It sounds perfectly reasonable.
It should scare you a little. If it really terrifies you, don't do it. If it doesn't terrify you at all, don't do it.
Yeah, don't do that.
If you're like, that's scary, but like, I understand what we're talking about. Like, maybe you couldn't do it. But if you already know that,
if you don't understand anatomy, tools, and rocks, then don't do it. But other than that, you're fine. You know, just do it. You gotta know where the veins are, you know, and the arteries. Because if you gotta know where to position the grinder, so if it kicks back on you, it doesn't get you in a big one, so you don't bleed out, you know.
I've never had a serious tool injury. I've had 2 close calls. One in your shop. I kicked back on the table saw.
Yeah, you did.
And this plank.
You had a knock in you.
Yeah, no, like bigger than this. Like this piece of multi-birch came back in me flat on the stomach, and it left this bruise in the perfect shape.
Through the apron.
Yeah.
Through like a leather apron. No, it was those heavy canvas ones.
Canvas. Yeah.
Yeah, we had some like custom like heavy canvas apron.
One side of bruise.
Yeah, he had a wood shape. So what kickback is when you're using a table saw and it binds between the blade and the fence, and then the pressure of the blade just grabs it and sends it right back at you. Yeah. So if you're not careful and you're cutting small stuff, like Matt was probably not being super careful in cutting small stuff.
No, I was being really careful in cutting big. Like,
of course it happened when you were being careful.
That was the thing that was scary about it. Is like I can't point to any specific thing I did wrong aside from maybe the fence was poorly adjusted and was out of true with the blade. But that was the thing that was so scary. Is like it wasn't some janky half-ass thing that I deserved.
Yeah, don't ever fuck with table saws.
I can't specify exactly why that one kicked back. It just happened. It happens. And it happens like a gunshot. It's faster than you can react.
Dude,
I've
had a few kickbacks that got me good. I had a DJ got one in the gut. He had like a triangle scar for like years later. It was like this like triangle on his stomach. It just wounded him. There's a story Bob Taylor tells of. He told me. I don't know if he told. Anyway, he was probably. Maybe it was me, or it was in a video series we did. I don't remember. Anyway, Bob Taylor tells this story of, maybe it was in his book. God, I can't remember. Too many things. Of this, one of his co-workers. Oh, that's right. That was it. He ended up almost taking a kickback, and it went right into the wall behind him like a spear. It like passed his head and stuck in the wall. And he had this moment of like, holy shit, if I had died right now, my wife would have effectively been left with like $30,000 in pre-order deposits, or something like that. And or maybe it was like a big sum, maybe $200,000, because he was like this fine luthier guitar maker guy that had these big orders, and people pre-ordering for a year. Yeah. And this guy was like, holy fuck! He just had this like realization, and he ended up. The story goes, he ended up canceling orders, and it took him a year to finish all his orders.
Yeah.
And by the time he came back online to do orders again, or he didn't even know what he was going to do. He was like, okay, what am I going to do? And then people were basically paying him $30,000 for his guitars. It used to be, $8,000.
Because he slowed down.
Because he wouldn't make it for a year. And so then he ended up going from being a guitar maker who was making $8,000 guitars to a guitar maker who was making $30,000 plus guitars, I was like, brilliant. Anyway,
it's a great outcome of a brush with mortality.
I think Bob did tell me that story when we were talking about when we were super behind on salvage orders. That's right. Yeah, that's when he told me that. Yeah, this kickback, man, those fuckers. Yeah. The table saw is a witch.
And she will destroy you. If you guys are tool people and you haven't seen it, go on Vimeo and look up A Love Letter to Plywood.
A Love Letter to Plywood.
It's a beautiful video poem about the shop.
Oh, it's great. It's shop life for real.
That's our favorite quote from it was, the table saw is a witch, and she will destroy you. Because the table saw, it's just this, if you're not familiar, it's this big heavy-duty metal table with just a saw blade sticking up out of it, and you push the wood through it. And so,
it's good for cutting your thumbs off.
Yeah, when you're new to the shop, it's scary, just like all power tools. But it's one of the most used ones, and because none of the parts of the saw are really moving, it's not like a chop saw or a handheld tool. It's the one that you lose your fear of the fastest. Yeah,
because people use it the most, and it's actually the most dangerous.
Yeah.
So you get you get super comfortable on it, and you like suck yourself up.
And it has the most.
No, Matt and I have all of our fingers because we're good at this.
I only had 2 close calls, that and an angle grinder once. But I was working really tired way too long, and I didn't turn it off before I changed the blade on it. And so I was loosening the nut with a spanner, and I bumped the switch. And turned on, it went, what? And it hit my knuckles a dozen times in less than a second. I was like, holy shit, turned it off, unplugged it, turned off the lights, went to sleep. I'm like,
done. Yeah, I've had moments like that.
It was such a close. That's the only really dangerous close call I had. It was because I was too tired. I should have stopped working an hour earlier.
I almost lost my hand or some fingers in a mag press one time. I remember that. I was working at this metal shop. I was like in my 20s. And I was drilling holes. Well, a mag press is this big ass drill that has a magnet on it. So when you need to drill holes in some big ass metal, you bring out the mag press. It's like this, and then you put it on whatever you want to drill into, and you turn the magnet on, and it just sticks to it. And that motherfucker is a drill. It's like drilling the big holes in the big metal. Yeah. And so there's no stopping it. Once it starts, it don't stop, kind of thing. Yeah. And you're never supposed to wear gloves when handling materials around any spinning tools, you know what I mean? Anything, no gloves, because you can't have anything catch on blade, anything with a blade that spins, no gloves.
Because you would think, it's an extra layer to protect you, but what happens is Like, say something like a lathe, the workpiece is spinning really fast.
You're aware of where your skin is. Yeah. You're not aware of where the glove is.
Also, you nick the tool with your knuckle, it takes a little chunk out of your knuckle, and you go, "Ow, fuck!" and you get a Band-Aid.
Yep.
But if you got a blade or
a glove, it
can grab it and
pulls
put
your hand in. Yeah.
So there's a lot of shop tools that's actually safer not to wear gloves.
So,
which is unintuitive for people who aren't used to it.
I'm working on a mag press literally all day, and there's fluid everywhere, cutting fluid. My hands are saturated in fluid. They're like falling apart. I'm like, I have to wear gloves. The gloves, luckily, were saturated in fluid when the finger caught in the fucking mag press, and it ripped off just clean off 2 fingers off the glove. And I was like, oh my god! And it was only because it was fully saturated in the cutting fluid, and it had like broken the leather down a little bit. It yanked both fingers. I mean, I felt my arm going in, and I yanked back at the same time, and it luckily I just severed both of them off, and they flopping around. And then I was like, okay, all right, I'm done with that one. You know, that's no good.
That happened to my boss. I was doing some work in Hollywood. I guess it's been since like around the New Year-ish, but that happened once with his belt grinder, and it took the gloves off, but it also took a bit of his fingertips.
Oh yeah, that'll go fast.
It skinned him a little bit. It was
on the heavy grinders, because some of those belt grinders are like designed for removing metal.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like
we're removing blacksmith shop, so he's grinding swords.
Big chunks of metal, like, you know, so you touch that thing with a knuckle and your knuckle's gone, you know, you gotta be careful.
But again, you're barehanded, you brush your knuckle against it, it's like scuffing it when you're skating. You're just like, oh shit, you skinned it. But with a glove on, it might remove your hand or your fingers.
Bandsaws are neat.
That bad.
Because everyone's always
developed to cut meat.
Right? It's like everyone's like, oh my god, they cut your finger off so fast, and it's like, well, they were actually developed to cut meat. That was a butcher's tool.
And then the carpenter's like, these are great for
so if you get your thumbs in that thing, it's donezo time. You know, note the thumbs, guys. Use proper tool technique. Whew. Okay.
When we joke about this stuff, we are joking.
Yeah, we're joking.
We're not actually recommending being that cavalier.
Yeah, we're joking and not joking. Like, we're joking, but we're also both very good at tools and shop stuff. And Matt's better at safety than I am, but you know, I have thick skin.
We got the same number of fingers still.
We have the same number of fingers. Yep. I think I have more stitches though.
Oh, yeah. I haven't had any stitches aside from some of my head.
I've stitched myself 3 times because I didn't want to go to the hospital. I was like, no, I have suture kits. I bought suture kits on Amazon. I have suture kits in my house. I don't have any Novocaine, so you just got to kind of poke the needle through the skin and deal with it. Oof. It works. It's fine. It already hurts. It's just a mental game. It's like it already hurts so much. You're like, what's this needle going to hurt that much more, really? And then when you poke it, you're like, yeah, it doesn't really hurt that much more. It already hurts, and then you push it through, which that's the hard part because the skin is made out of leather. It's horrible. Anyway, give Daniel some love.
Content warning.
Give Daniel some love. He helped me tremendously. Sometimes I don't know who's who on here. Brad Z. Good to see you. I've been holding on to my new obsidian crystal. Ooh, how's it feel?
I like obsidian.
Hold on. I'm going to go get my obsidian crystal. Ow, my fucking legs! This is a large rock that I'm going to go find outside, and I don't actually know where it is. Give me a second. But I found it out in the desert.
Nice.
Over at Salton Sea.
Oh, there's obsidian out there?
Yeah, there's large, big-ass chunks.
Where?
It was on the eastern side of Salton Sea. Up in the kind of the mountains, that hiking area.
Yeah, I've never been to that side of it.
Yeah, where the mountains are kind of like jutting up.
Yeah.
And we were hiking back there, and it was right after the rain, and we saw these black chunks sticking out of the ground.
Cool.
I'm like, what the hell is that?
That's
we
amazing.
went over, and it was obsidian sticking out. Normally it was all dusty and brown. You couldn't even see it, but there's obsidian everywhere. There's like a volcanic mound out there.
Do you want to go on a rock adventure out there? Find some more?
The kids want to go get some geodes.
Nice.
And Aiden's like, we should go dig. And I was like, dude, let's go camp. And like just set up a geode pit and go find a good spot to dig and set up for a weekend.
I'm extremely down.
Let's go rock hounding.
If you guys don't know, the Salton Sea is fascinating. It's out in the desert out here, and some levee broke, I think is what caused it, and all this water comes flooding in, goes to the lowest point in the whole region, and forms a sea. And they, back in like mid-century, they decided to build a bunch of resorts around it because it's going to be like this oasis in the desert. But it's the lowest point, so all of the agricultural runoff and everything comes down to here, and it just keeps shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. And so it's like one of the most salty, toxic, gnarly bodies of water ever. There's rings of fish skeletons around it from where like the salinity reached a point where this species died off or that. There used to be more ruins around it. It used to look like something out of Fallout or Mad Max. And there's still some of that, but some of it's torn down. But it's a wild piece of desert. And just what happens when nature goes through some changes and people make some short-sighted goals around said changes. That's a cool ass desert. Borrego's beautiful. We got some cool stuff out there. We'll do a broadcast from out there, Daniel. Haha. Look at that!
I didn't bring the biggest one. I just brought the ones that have spiders on them.
Cool.
Look at these little suckers. They gotta get cleaned up. If we were to dip this in some acid and it'd get cleaned up. Dude, you could throw this in a tumbler and just have a big old tumbly round of obsidian.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd take for what?
Nap or carve it into something.
Yeah, I have a whole nother chunk too if you want to nap any.
Those are beautiful.
Isn't that cool? Big old obsidian chunks.
No idea those out there. I've only found like calcite.
Yeah, they were just sticking out of the ground. It was like buried here, and then the rain came, and we just saw these little black things sticking out. We were like, what in the hell? And we get a stick or something and dig them out.
Yeah. Finding iron rocks is the best.
You're not supposed to take these, I think.
Turn lane from here.
Damn it. Oh, man. But, I was with my kids. It's like, it was like being in Mexico in the 80s. You get to do whatever you want. So, how's it feel for you? Sounds like when I pierced my own ears as a teen.
Woo-hoo.
Oh, the stitches,
That's
not the obsidian. Yeah. When you're just like, all right, I pierced my own stuff. I pierced my nipple. I did my own nipple with a 14 gauge needle. And I was like, once I put the pliers on there, I was like, this needle's not going to hurt. It just feels like fucking pliers on my nipple. This is horrible, the pushing it through part, I was like, I feel a twinge of pain, but really if I just think about it, all it is the things crunching that nipple. It was horrible. Anyway, I just pushed the thing through. It was vicious. I have a video I'll show you.
I want to see it.
You don't want to see that? I just like, and then I put the little thing through. It worked out. It actually was super good. It was almost healed. It was done. It was like 3 months in, and I moved it around in the shower, and I got some like bacteria in it, and it got infected, and I had to take it out because I had too small of a thing in there, and I couldn't get another one in. So I had to redo it. I'll do it on live.
Okay.
Hola, neighbor. Oceanside here. What's up, Oceanside? Tony, we're gonna be friends. You skate? Let's go skate. Oceanside. Okay, wait. Oh, great question, Daniel. Why do we experience addiction? I love this one. All right, let's get to work, kids.
Yeah.
So many people. We all suffer.
Why don't we experience it?
Right? Yeah. Well, who doesn't? Every one of you out there experiences some form of addiction that you don't even realize. A lot of us are addicted to a state of anxiety, right? We're addicted to the feeling. We have to feel that way. If we do not feel that way, it doesn't feel normal.
Yeah. Well, to specify, all addictions are addiction to a feeling.
Yes. That's what I'm saying. That's like
almost every goal is to feel a feeling.
Everything is about a feeling. It's always, it's not the concept of the addiction, it's the feeling, the experience that you're having. Yeah. So I've found in a lot of client work and working with people in addiction stuff, you get to the root of it and it's just some old trauma. And it's something like smoking is classic. It's always like, man, I can't quit. And it's like, well, when did you, I was asking, I was like, well, when did you start? Oh, I was 14. Well, what was going on in your life when you were 14? And they're like, well, yeah, everything was pretty hard. I got, kicked out of this thing and my dad left and there's all this like shit comes out. Yeah. And I was like, what's happening here? And it's funny because nicotine doesn't even have a neuroreceptor. It doesn't work the same as regular neuroreceptors. It's like a different thing. It's blocking us the emotion, I think. And so every time you try to quit smoking, that emotion comes up like, oh, dad left me and oh, everybody hates me and all this. So you're like, I'm just gonna smoke.
Well, it can be either. So it's either to feel a feeling or to avoid feeling a feeling. Usually, sometimes it's to block out something.
It's like two ends of the spectrum. Yeah, you're either trying to experience a feeling because you whatever's blocked, or you're trying to block out the feelings. Yeah. It's almost the difference between maybe anxiety and depression.
And it can be both. Like for me, definitely. Like I've never been proper addict, but to whatever extent I abuse alcohol, for instance, like it's both. Alcohol functions mechanically in a lot of ways as an anti-anxiety agent. And so there's a baseline of anxiety from a bunch of experiences that I, particularly when I started, but still haven't sufficiently healed. And so part of it's to dampen that a bit, and then to also allow me into a state of, kind of carefree spontaneity and playfulness that it's hard for me to access otherwise. And like that's a big part of why. And there's a lot of, like I like to taste.
Substances, any substance that alters your consciousness will teach you a new way to feel.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what it does. It changes your neural reception. You ingest a fucking donut.
Oh yeah.
And all the sugar, you'll be like, oh, that feels nice. You just changed your consciousness with a change of neural reception based on the thing that you supplemented your system with.
Yeah. Even just experiences.
You know what I mean? So addictions so often lie in suppressing this pain. Every time you try to stop drinking, it starts. You're at work, right? And you're like, well, work's too stressful. I feel these feelings. Oh, it must be work. But I bet you if you tap in on that, that's going to be some feelings that you've been feeling since childhood.
Oh yeah.
Easily. Some wound, some trauma, something somebody said, someone you were bullied, whatever it was. Someone shitty to you. When your parents split up, when your mom was emotionally dysregulated, even though she was so nice to you, but she was always stressed out. Like you learned that as a child. We just learn everything from our environment. We learn how to feel. And so we have these painful things that we haven't learned how to process yet in our human evolution that really jam us up. It really, like, feel those feelings of all of that shame makes you go like this. Oh, like an embodied feeling of that. It makes you want to curl up and die. And if you don't have that, like, try this. If you're someone who feels closed and blocked, try opening your chest and just breathing a big, dumb, deep breath. Like with a smile on your face. Like, why not? It's your body. You can just breathe a breath. But just the act of doing that, just the act of physically opening up like that feels so vulnerable to someone who has been hiding in wounds. So if that's you, like, please come talk to me. I'll help you through this so you can feel at peace in your journey. Like, that's what the whole emotional alchemy process is, of reprogramming your nervous system to know that how safe you are right here, because all of the rest of it is a memory.
Yeah.
It is a thing in our nervous system, like a habit, like an instinct that gets stuck in us. It's just like getting burned. You get burned by a pan. You get burned by anything hot. And it's a fire, Now you associate the color, the flame with pain. You associate the smell with pain. You associate the feeling with pain. Obviously all of the dynamics, the heat. So now anytime you smell fire, your body goes, huh, what's that? There's a fire. Anytime you sense that heat, you get too close to it, you don't look at when you get close to a hot pan, you don't go like this, oh no, my arm's burning, I should pull it away. No, your body just goes, yeah, get the fuck out of there, It's an instinct. It just happens. Yeah. So when we have these wounds that we haven't been able to work through, and all of this conditioning from childhood and from church trauma and all the bullshit and the trauma from other people and relationship things that we've not yet learned how to work through and let go, we hold on to the memories of those things, and it is the weight that bears all of you down. And once we've learned how to process through these things and be in this moment here, you're able to feel that freedom, and you're able to take that breath, and you're able to experience that beauty, and you're able to express in a meaningful way. You're able to be the person that you desire to be. But you have to be able to work through the pain. You have to be able to sit with the old things and feel those things through. And that's all that anxiety. We were talking about that earlier. If we can, in that moment of trigger of stress, to say, wait, I'm just going to breathe. I'm just going to be present with my moment here. I know all of this stuff may or may not exist, but my brain is in no actual brainwave state to be making any kind of decisions right now until I can take a breath. Because when you're worked up like that, you're not going to be able to make a decision to save your life. Your executive function is offline. You have multiple areas of your brain that go offline at this point. You're in high alpha. You're in a state of fight or flight, like running away. How do I get out of this situation? That's all you can do. You're like right brain dominant. So you have to be able to say, wait, okay, all of this may or may not be real. I'm going to just breathe. Okay, let me just center myself and bring yourself back in to your moment. Always bring yourself right back into the moment. So, we got on this bender of talking about addiction, and when we don't have these feelings anymore that we need to suppress, when we learn how to process them through, we don't have that desire for addiction, there may be chemical dependencies to work through, but that feeling of like, oh God, I need a beer. You know what I mean? That feeling in your gut.
The word need.
Yeah, that's the feeling. That's
need.
literally the feeling that's asking to be suppressed. But if we explore the pain of these feelings, the memories of these feelings will come forth, and you're like, wow, that's why I really felt that way.
Because there's a core unspoken bodily belief there that you're not strong enough to confront that feeling, that if you were to let that emotion come through, in cases where you're avoiding it, that if you were to let that come through, you would fall apart, you would disintegrate, destroy you. But the fact is, you're stronger than you know. And if it's a really intense thing, you may need to baby step up to it. You may need to go a little at a time, or have the right support or context. Like, it may be a thing like you're trying to swim, you're trying to run a marathon, but you never, by way of analogy, you're trying to run a marathon, but you never run, and you need to train up to get over that, to that goal. But there's this core belief of like, I couldn't survive confronting that thing, so I need to drown it. And that's never fucking true. And on the other end of actually confronting the thing is always growth and release. Like I said, if it's super intense, you may need to go in little steps, but the answer is not going away. It's
one way of the little steps that I found with different clients with different levels of emotional dysregulation or whatever is to do an exercise of easing in and pulling out and grounding, and going into the pain and then pulling out and grounding.
Yeah.
Allowing yourself to go into the feeling a little bit deeper and to pull out and be like, where's my body?
Yeah.
Am I connected here? So it's an exercise of, as I'm taking a client into these spaces or whatever, I'll have them, isolate the sensations in their body that they've been pushing down. And I'll just walk them through a meditative process to gently go into this and to kind of carve them out and isolate them. And as it feels big, as things get open, those same feelings, it's like, please give me something to drink. Please give me like something to eat. Please, like, let me go fuck, anything to stop this, compulsive anything. It's like to gently go into that space that feels scary, just to feel it, not even to try to figure it out, just to feel it, just to learn to be safe in feeling that feeling. And then as soon as it gets a little too much, you can tell them, it's like, I can feel it too. It's like, all right, let's pull back.
Yeah.
And it's like, take a breath. Yeah, take a breath. Like, feel yourself in your body. You're totally safe here. Like, you feel your feet. You feel your legs. You feel your butt. Do you feel your torso? Like, we'll make them re-ground back into the moment. And say, all right, here, let's go feel it a little bit more. Like, remember that space. Let's go feel into it. And just gently, like, hold it. And it's I've noticed that 2 or 3 of those in, and then they're like ready to, I got this.
Yeah.
You like feel safe to be like, I can handle this emotion.
It's emotional reps.
Yeah, really. It's very much like going to the gym. It's very much like that with like neuroplasticity, the way your emotion, like, that's making a habit, right?
Yeah.
Anytime you have a habit, like Matt's great at drawing stuff because he's practiced in a disciplined way. Now, if he never practiced in a disciplined way and he always just scribbled shit, guess what his stuff would look like? Scribbly shit.
But also, it's been a very, like, capricious, sort of consistent. Like, I'm not a good, like, rise and grind type of person. I'm super scattered. And so it's been
you flow here and you flow there.
Yeah, it's bits and pieces, but I keep coming back to it. But,
yeah, but you don't undersell yourself. You put thousands of hours in.
Yeah, but I'm not somebody who sits down every day consistently. Like, it's sporadic, but you can still get the work done over time. But something also with that is in those moments, like, where you're feeling that trigger, whatever that. So, like, you have the impulse to smoke, to drink, whatever your coping mechanism is. Even just, like, zone out and play fucking video games. It doesn't have to be substance.
No, that's a big one. I've worked with
go run.
With a few clients.
For a lot of people.
No, I've had at least two clients, and I've worked with multiples that video game addiction have come up, and they're like, I cannot stop playing. And sure enough, when we trace it back, it's like, well, when did you start really getting into video games? It's like, well, when I was 12. It's like, well, what was happening? Well, my dad was violent and I just hid out in my room. Yeah. That's how I learned to cope. Yeah. And I was like, you see? And they're like, I see. It's like as simple as that. It's like, go feel back into it.
Right.
It's more complex because it's very scary to feel into these deep things, It's just go with a guide. Like, that's, if you need help with this stuff, this is what I do. And this is why we're here, to learn about this stuff and to heal together. But if any of you need some help, you want to do it in one-on-one session work, I have emotional alchemy sessions available. I have just coaching calls available where if you just need to talk some stuff through. I have a pay what you can option available for those of you that are not able to afford the full price. And I just launched a new meditation workshop, which has a whole video series of me explaining all the joys of meditation and things like that, and a little bit about why it's actually doing the things it's doing in your body, so you don't feel like a dumbass sitting there. You know, it makes sense once you watch through the videos and do the lessons. But I made it as simple as possible. I really didn't want to have any fluff in there. I was like, let's just get to the pork and beans, you know, like let's just do the meditation thing without all the robes and beads and crystals in my ass. I mean, it's chafed, you know? That motherfucker is chafed. I'm done with that. So these are like the simple methods on how you do it. Sit there, breathe these breaths. You know, here's a couple breathwork techniques. Very soon I will have a couple guided meditations in there, and you'll have access to this course. You know, for any time you want to come back to it, there'll be new information in there. You'll get notified, stuff like that. You know, typical shit like that. The beauty is it's only $44, and I made a coupon code because I really want people to do it. You know, and it's like if you don't pay a little bit of money for it, you're not actually going to do it. So pay the fucking money. You know, don't be a dick. Okay, so the coupon code. What was that coupon code I made?
I don't know.
Live meditation. So this is just for the live people. All right. We've also been doing live meditation. Live meditation.
All caps.
I don't know if it has to be all caps. It just happened to be all caps because you know what? I typed it out in all caps on accident. But that's a sweet little workshop. Honestly, it's like all the things I learned, and I really put my love into the videos for you. So I even did little graphics and stuff. I got an illustrator and I drew shit. Oh, that was cute. I'll show you, Matt.
Yeah.
I'll show you right now. I could probably, not that is anybody watching on Trello? Why am I on Trello?
On Trello. Live streaming on Trello.
Live streaming on Trello. Kanban board. Okay, we got someone vibing on Twitch.
Oh.
We got a couple people vibing out there. Hello, YouTube land, Twitch land. Did you guys see this yet? What am I doing here? I'm gonna talk to you guys. Howdy. Okay, blocked. I drink a 12-pack a day, but it temporarily makes me feel good. Yeah, it'll definitely temporarily make you feel good. Because that's what it does, you know? But then it hurts later, you know? It's like deferred joy. It's like, okay, this feels good now, but then later you're fucked. So it's when we can learn to heal through our shit and actually like address our wounds and stuff, then we're able to get in there a little bit and deal with this stuff, you know? Coupon code worked. Excellent. Awesome. This is so relaxing. This is relaxing you tremendously. Good. Hang out. Hold on. Just it's gonna get better. Let's relax, guys. Ooh, look, I got a bowl, huh? This will relax the shit out of us. You can feel it wiggling in your bones, can't you guys? Oh, yeah, you just got the relax button hit, and you're like, my guts are trembling. And I kind of like it. You know, wait for this one. Don't shit yourself. I know some of you want to, but hold back. Just hold back, right? Don't do it. Seriously, it never ends well. I think I just shit a little bit. What frequency is this bowl? About 434. 444? It was 444. I didn't pick that up by listening to it. I picked that up when I ran it on a spectrum analyzer to see what frequency it actually was, because the guy that sold it to me at the farmer's market, I also knew him to sell acid out of his van. So I was like, he told me it was a heart chakra bowl, and I was like, I mean, I love you, Zach,
I don't think so.
but I don't know. I'm going to check this when I get home on a spectrum analyzer. So when I got home, I got the spectrum analyzer, and I went, and I looked at the relative pitch, and it zinged around, you know, because it's a bowl that's been hit with a hammer by probably some child in Vietnam, you know. It's like there's not really like an accurate edge on this. It's gonna vary. It's not, you know,
crazy like overtone business too.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of some weird. I mean, that's what makes it cool, though. Yeah, that's what gives it the tone. It's not a distinct ping. It's a very, it's a very
synthesizer dialed in.
Yeah, it's organic. That's why you like the sound of it. Actually, it's like everything else in life. Everything is texture. Like, look at us right now. There's no light without the dark. It looks cooler when there's texture. I mean, I can take my glasses off, it's fine. But it's like, it doesn't look as cool without a little bit of texture. You know, without a little bit of, like, contrast back to front, right? So it's like Matt and I just kind of create texture in our lives all the time because that's what we do as, like, artist people. We like that stuff. It's like our expression. So the beauty of this bowl and its hand hammerness, there's an ant in there, and he must be having a blast. The beauty of this bowl is its organic expression, where it is not perfect. It's there's a little chime. I don't know. There's a little chime, like a perfectly tuned chime. Oh yeah, right there. See that little chime? I wonder if there's a good hammer. See if you can ding that.
I think it's that good. Right?
I'll use my wand.
That's good.
Yeah, ding it. So here, how that frequency is like distinct.
Very pure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, there's no warble. It's pure.
Or very little.
So that, not a lot. I mean, it has a warble because I just start a sound wave at this and it goes out to the end and then it hits in the middle again. You know, just blah, 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 blah. So it's going to warble. But it depends. Probably the warble would be different if I had a distinct hammer depending where I hit it. Yeah, you can kind of hear it go. Did you hear that cross warble? Oh, thank you. Listen, you can hear in the middle it kind of goes. Shit. Now it's really muddled. I need a ping. There's an overtone that goes. I can hear this weird little thing. Anyway, so that's like a distinct chime, a distinct tone, a distinct frequency. This is a D, I think. I don't remember. Which would effectively be the heart space. In that 400 range, at 430. No, that's lower. In the 500 something range, I think this is what that frequency is.
440?
Something in there. It's the heart space range is 500 to 500 to high 600 or something like that. Whatever, doesn't matter. Anyway, this tone here is a distinct frequency when this bowl here, which is very relaxing and organic feeling, which is exactly why we're talking about this, has a little bit of a warble to it.
A lot of different tones happening simultaneously. It's a chord, effectively.
Check it out. Listen up on your headphones. Listen at home. You hear how there's an overtone of the ping, and then there's a whoop, 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 whoop going on. So there's a lot of different frequencies happening in here because it's been, hammered out. So, effectively though, you could consider this a 432 bowl. This is the earth frequency. This is the reason it feels very nice and grounding is it's the same frequency that the earth is, effectively, like this kind of relative pitch. And so when you hear the tone, it reminds you of your toes in the sand, or your hands like in the garden, or walking in the field, barefoot, That's what it feels like, right?
It's the sound of God. What? You called?
That's the sound of God. Or at least this particular frequency of God. He's a whole lot of them, Big old range, big electromagnetic structure. And I say he because of my bullshit Christian conditioning. We'll call her she. Alright. Don't be a duck. What frequency? Oh, we've covered that.
Yeah.
Sound of God. What? You call him? Okay. Daniel, it's really nice to meditate with you. Cool. Really good drawing. Yes, it is. Helping people with their addictions can help with your addiction. Thank you. We need to
Helping
feel
other people is a solution to so many of your own problems.
love and connection. Yeah, truly.
When you do your best to pitch it in somebody else's life, you find so many things coming together.
Yeah. She is black. You're right. I think she's maybe a black Jewish lesbian. Hopefully.
Something with helping yourself too from earlier is I was working through some tough rejection stuff coming up today, and we were talking before about addiction. We have that impulse to have a drink, to smoke, to do whatever your thing is to escape it.
Speaking of having a drink, drink. I just took a drink of that off. This is San Pellegrino with sparkling water.
Very spicy.
I was drinking a sparkling water on TikTok one night, and they got an alcohol warning on it, and I was like, "You bastards, get out of here with that!" So I'm drinking off camera with my fizzy water. Okay? I'll put this pinky up.
It just cracked it open. But
sorry for
oh, no worries. But something that I think can be really helpful sometimes is when you're having a trigger come up, because that's what's happening when you have the impulse to go to your coping mechanism, is to talk to that part of yourself in second person that feels like it needs a drink or needs to smoke or needs to go run or skate or play a game or whatever it is.
Like creating an observer state.
Yeah, so you're separating the watcher part of your consciousness off from that part of you. And then, like you did a few times, you didn't do this formally, but start to ask it questions. Like, what's up? Like, why do you think you need this? What's going wrong?
Yeah, I've definitely questioned the feelings in my body, like in my learning how to do the emotional alchemy stuff. In part of it was a time when I would question. I would ask this feeling in my body, like, what are you?
Yeah.
Like, who are you? What is this? I was just really curious, like, what is this feeling I have? And I really learned how I can kind of identify these things and map them out and work this shit out pretty easily, you know?
And often it's a younger, like we alluded to, often it's a younger version of yourself at a particular time and place. And if you can, in your imagination, in that moment, talk to them like a separate person, it can be really constructive. You can get a lot of answers that will come to mind that you didn't consciously know before.
Massively.
And it can evoke a lot of compassion for yourself that you don't, especially if you're somebody who's got a lot of
awareness. It's all awareness. Here I am feeling this.
Yeah.
And when you allow the feeling, you're just so aware of it that you're like, oh, here's the feeling. You're not overwhelmed by it. Then the feeling's like, surprise, it's me.
Yeah.
I feel like, that's what it was.
Sad about being rejected. I'm really afraid of this happening.
Yeah, that's how it feels. That's what holds us back. Those limiting self-belief systems. So, great time to do a little advertisement. If any of you need help, this is what I do for work. If any of you need art commissions, please commission Matt. But if any of you need help with your emotional state, to work through these things like pulling traumas out and get working on the little bugs out of the system, gotta fix the plumbing up and stuff, put some nice drapes up, get some nice, counters in there, get those emotional abs built up through a little repetitive practice. This is what I do. But I really love helping people to kind of come alive through releasing all this old shit. Because as soon as you drop it, you're like, oh my God, I'm alive. What is this feeling? It's amazing. So I'd love to help any of you. If you are out there and are in need, hit my little website up. There's a link tree in the bio. It's pretty easy. You find it, DanielTyack.com. I mean, you can't screw that up. Also, I see 3 of you already nailed that coupon code because you guys are amazed. Oh no, 2 of you guys did. I like this. Good.
Yeah, someone comment the code word.
Yeah, and I had given that first one out to a client today, so that's cool. A couple people grabbed that. So there's a coupon code for a meditation workshop. It's an online course. It's just a simple little video series. No bells and whistles, no fluff. No fancy robes or anything like that. Just here's kind of the nuts and bolts of how meditation works, and here's a good way to practice, and here's how to find your own path. Simple. That was the idea. The course is $44, and because you're watching on live, and I just put it up today, and I want to sell it to you, I made a coupon code called something or another, which I'm going to look up right now. Live meditation, that's what it was. God, I should write this down. Wouldn't that be great? Live meditation. Just all one word. Live meditation. And you can get this course for 50% off, which is $22. I mean, come on. This is just for you guys. Hey, yo. You guys look like you'd be the host of a chill San Diego skate podcast. Dude, that was sick. I'm in.
I don't skate.
I'm in. Well, we can do a skate art. I'll put you in like a carrier. Skate.
Oh. Like Yoda?
Yeah. This giant Yoda. Matt's arms are
I'm like 6'1".
He's bigger than I am. It'll be great, skating around. His legs and arms flopping around, trying to draw stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's a great idea.
Or I'll just be an ultimate poser, like I'll totally dress the part and
talk
a bunch of shit and then completely fall.
Feel like hanging out smoking a cigarette over on the side.
I look like I could be a longboarder, right?
Sup. Matt, you can't be good at everything.
There's a lot of things I can't be good at.
You're just fucking down. Look at this guy. Don't self-deprecate, Matt. There's no negative self-talk around here. But here's the goal, guys. You know what I'm going to do? I'll tell you guys because you're here. And I'll basically tell anybody who's going to listen. So that's what you get. My aim, and Matt and I have been brainstorming this, is to... This is why we're doing multiple streams. We're kind of like spanning, figuring out how we want to do this. To turn it into a regularly like broadcasted show. And get a little studio set out where we can have a sweet-ass scene. And my vision is to do a Wayne's World-esque, like kind of 90s vibe studio like scene set up. Maybe some nasty old couches or something, you know what I mean? Just like something funky.
Like an interdimensional cable broadcast that just came back in.
Totally. Like got beamed back in from the 90s. And just have it like...
bounced off of some satellite.
Like old school MTV vibes.
Yeah.
Or, you know what I mean? Just like something fun. Or like Wayne's World.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just like basement, gritty. I was like, what if we could get vintage like broadcast equipment and convert the signal to from bullshit to 1080.
Yes, I love it.
Actually, some of this isn't even streaming on 1080. Most platforms chop it down to 720. So
with crazy effects.
Weak platforms. I'm streaming this entire thing through my cell phone through like 5 different platforms.
If it feels like it's coming on like an old set with aerials and twisty knobs and like shag carpet.
Mm-hmm. Yes, dude. But like garage band vibes.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? There's
That's what I mean. It's like the old set that's in the garage that like used to be the family's TV.
You guys feeling that vibe for this show?
There's a Sega Genesis plugged into it.
These guys are completely sober, having fun. That's not true. I got green tea in here. This is some jasmine stuff. I'm all zingy.
Jasmine. We'll take you places.
I'm zinged.
I steeped it for a long time.
You did. That's actually really strong. I'm trying to take it. I'm trying to take it easy. I'm like.
I did the iced tea originally because it was hot as hell.
Yeah, I'm gonna pour some water in there. It's good though. I'm gonna go back to my hibiscus tea, dude. You hit too hard. I got that blueberry lavender stuff, man. You've really been jacking me up on this green tea.
Not even green tea.
What? I mean,
green tea's got more caffeine. No, green tea is proper like black tea harvested early.
Oh, that's true.
This is just jasmine blossom.
Gotcha.
I mean, leaves.
I feel like we should auction that one.
Okay.
Yeah, it's so amazing.
Daniel was wanting a mystical Jesus of some sort, and I picked one of my favorite miracles when he turns the water to wine. Not just because I'm a troll, but because...
Is that some mystical Jesus or what?
So, the account of that story is it in John or Luke? I think it's in John, right? I don't remember which book.
I don't remember.
So...
We got a Bible around here somewhere.
Yeah, that account is... back here?
That is amazing. Look at his hairy arms. I love it.
It's basically a quotation of a passage from a film about Bacchus, play about Bacchus, and so it's a regular miracle from the older Greek tradition where he comes every year and there's a specific spot, a specific temple to Bacchus where he turns the water into wine as an annual miracle, and so there's a play, the Bacchae, about this, and so that Bible story is almost directly quoting that. And the whole idea in the Greek tradition is Bacchus is a god, but he is grapes and he is wine, he is intoxication. That older wines were lower alcohol content, but often with mood-altering herbs. And so you would drink it and get to an altered state and have a religious experience. And that's part of the subtext of this original poem. And so this Bible story is casting Jesus in that same role. And it's not saying that to diminish the Jesus account or Jesus as a figure, but there's a parallelism being drawn between these different deities, and wine becomes a big part of Jesus' story. The Last Supper, the communion that Christians and Catholics do to this day, and basically that there's a bigger, deeper through line between these different stories. They're overlapping and speaking to each other and telling the same essential story of tools and technologies and methods of getting to a state where you can experience the divine and can have a transformative effect in your life. And speaking of addiction, that's the original function of alcohol. The oldest architectural ruins we know are Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, I believe it is. And they're 12,000 years old, and it's a spot where people brought their grains and gathered them together, and there's still archaeochemical evidence of brewing primitive beers there. Humans probably invented beer before bread, because all you literally need to do is soak grain in water and have handled it, and the yeast from your hands will inoculate it, and you'll end up with some prototype of beer. And so the earliest built architecture we know of is a circular temple aligned to the stars, where people, when everyone was still individual tribesmen, everyone was still nomadic gatherers and just starting to learn how to grow, and everyone came together for the harvest festival to bring their product in and make beer together that allowed them to probably trip, because there's all kinds of other herbs and mood altering stuff as ingredients. And so
lot of psychedelic evidence that there was so many like psychedelic type substances in these different sacraments or whatever from different traditions.
Right, and so that's the origin of and using specifically alcohol as well as other substances all in one brew as a means of coming together and experiencing something greater communally that we can all look up and aspire to.
Like with Elysium and like the Greco-Roman
the Elysium mysteries. Yeah, there's a lot of instances.
And they found
people describe this as the oldest religion.
And they have found there's like a vial that they found architecturally that has DMT and stuff in it. Like the molecules of different psychedelics. So it's like
ergot. That's the basis for.
And this is just for reference. This is the same people that we're talking about on the psychedelics are the ones that were controlling Rome and killed Jesus and went ahead and wrote the Bible and set Western culture. So there's that.
Well, it's likely
they didn't write the Bible, but compiled, literally stitched different books together of the era. And created the book we know as the Bible, which is not a book. It's 44 different books 60 different books from 44 different authors over like a couple thousand years. You know, it's like what? All right. Anyway.
Just the idea that that's the heritage. And again, like we've got alcohol is this really destructive substance that we've got a bad relationship to in the West for the most part, and in the whole world. But particularly America, we've got a really,
unhealthy relationship,
and that's true in a lot of other places.
Yeah. But codependent, unhealthy relationship.
Right, but it's a thing of how you use it. In a lot of these traditions, the substances would be held sacred and only used in certain conditions for, spiritual purposes. And when you take all that out of it and you just have too much as a coping mechanism, it can become really toxic.
Yeah, it can go either end of the spectrum. It's like you can go either way with any substance.
Right, but that's an abuse of what it could be and what it originally was in the human story.
Totally. Yep. Matt, we're gonna get some suggestions on what you're drawing next. I'm gonna you want to do a spell? Ooh, we can do a love spell. You guys want to do a love spell?
Should we do a sigil? Good. Come up with it here.
We could do that, Matt. I do like goofy ass love spells, but you're gonna do it. We could do a magical one. Let's combine it. You'll put your vibes into it.
So like if we want to do that first,
I'm gonna
come up with an intention. What are we trying to accomplish?
You're gonna do the intention and stuff, and I'm gonna do the spell work.
But we have to do it together. Like in with the community, what do we want to do a spell about? What are we trying to accomplish?
That's gonna be a love spell.
What's the intention? Okay.
For everybody to fucking learn to love themselves. Obviously, this is a love spell in general. Like learn how much love that you are. Learn how you are in this, like infinitely held within love. This is the funniest thing about people, Matt. People get this whole like God complex that there's something outside of them that they're imagining. You know what I mean? And then it's their own like lack of love for self. And then we imagine ourselves out of the grace of God. But as any tradition celebrates God as this whole, as this. Like, this infinite being, this omnipotent, omnipresent being who is within all things and of all things. My brain just wandered off. Hold on. It's coming back online. Give it a second. Oh, damn it. It just totally stopped. Sometimes it does that. It's going to kick back on in a second.
Well, I like where we're going. One of the first phrases you said was learn how much love you are.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was saying. It's this the thing with it, I always been I joke with clients and stuff when we're talking about it. I'm like, someone I had today, I was like, I think you're so cool. Like, you're not cool enough to fuck with God. Like, you're not, like, what, who do you think you are? That you could, like, fuck it up so much that all of a sudden you messed up this perfect grace of energy and everything moving together in, like, this perfect unity. Like, who do you think you are? We like joke about it, and it's like, I always joke about it. It's like, who do you think you are that you could mess up so bad that you like throw the whole fucking thing off, you know?
Yeah.
And who do you think you are that you could do something so in perfection that you can like fix something that's not broken? I don't know. And it's like it's you to realize like how much love that you are in this perfect process, and all of the things outside of that perfect moment that you're in are all of our fears into the future based on whatever these events are in the past. So as we learn to heal through these past events and learn to feel our fucking feelings and do our little work and stuff, you know, do some chants or whatever, then we learn to not have these fears into the future, and we are in the moment, which is the kingdom that Jesus was talking about, in case you were wondering.
Yeah, and you often in those moments, it's easy to string some words together, and there can be a lot there that, as you're saying, then as you're in the flow, you don't sink into and really process and experience. I don't know, that was one that stuck out to me. I said, like, learn how much love you are. That's a very, because it's easy to say, like, oh, it's your love thing, it's love, whatever. But often with, I think, magic and spirituality, like, where you get somewhere is you hold on to one thing and you dig into it, and the specificity or the material, but like the specifics of the statement become an opening onto something else. So learning love is much more specific than just love in general, you know. And like what's implicit in the idea, like, learn how much love you are. There's a statement in the middle of that. You are love. Like, love is part of what you are. It's part of your being. It's part of your essence. It's
can't help it.
A functional essence of what it is to be.
I've heard some theories where that the whole idea of dark matter, of that inverse, because the universe doesn't effectively mathematically line up energetically. So every theoretical stuff that goes out there trying to calculate all of the events of known events of the universe, we end up with this like 60% void. Like, wait a minute, this math is 60% off, you know?
Yeah, like there's all this matter missing.
Yeah, there's this stuff missing. Where is it? And so you know, who knows? Maybe they were 50% off, and the stuff missing is the inverse of it. And that, I think, just how it would hold the opposite is love.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's the acceptance, like pure acceptance. Like, here I am holding you together. You know, this idea, and I think that is the idea of the Christ consciousness as well, and what Josh was all about. You know, Yeshua, the Christ, adopting this idea of this pure acceptance and love, almost to the point where he goes into the underworld and dies for it, kind of idea. You know, it's the same sort of principle almost. Same storyline almost.
Yeah. And a podcast I was listening to today was making a point about that like one aspect of love is just the fact that reality has the coherence it has, the fact that everything holds together and the intricate dance it's in, and that it's even possible to perceive it, to make sense of it, and to participate. Like, it didn't have to be that way. That's infinitely improbable. And for all the terrible dark things that happen in reality, like, that's a baseline of something amazing that we should be grateful for, because it could be so much worse. It could be completely incoherent.
Yeah. A couple comments. Suggestion: draw different types of art styles in one pic. Representation of different perspectives, like one subject, different styles. Oh yeah, that's cool. Like the same subject from two different like artistic perspectives.
Yeah.
That's a vibe. Are you happy with your decision to go trans? I mean, you know, life's the way it is. So here we are. LOL. LOL. Yeah. We're this fucking matter. It's love, right? We're just love. We can't help it. Fucked. We are fucked. You know, we gotta learn how to love ourselves and all this love, you know? That's the hard part. That's a bitch. You know, everybody's told us all these stories that we're not lovable, that we're not worthy, that we're not okay, that we're not smart, we're an idiot. Whatever it is, all these stories that we've just believed our whole lives, you don't have to. Now, I know that almost sounds heartless to say, oh, you don't have to believe that. And it is heartless to say in one regard, because people that are on the other end of the spectrum that are not quite there yet, it's like, what the fuck? And it's okay to just be in that space and process what you're processing and know that there is nothing to attain. Your very desire to move into some other proverbial space than what you have keeps you locked in your moment of pain. Like, you have to work back into your moment of who you are and be able to feel your feelings and be able to address the thoughts that are constantly milling about in your head and be able to come into a space of center. Anyway, let's Matt, you're gonna draw that. Wanna play some music?
Yeah. So
Oh, actually, somebody wanted to buy this.
What?
We're gonna auction this off, and then whatever you were gonna say. Okay, we got this Jesus turning water into wine, Bacchus story of the ages here, which is absolutely tastic. So we're gonna start the bidding of this at 20. I say, let's go with 20 here. 20 plus shipping to wherever you are, whatever cute rate there is. But this one is fantastic. So we will keep advertising that as we go. So do we have 20? Do we have 20? Anybody who's breathing right now, just bid 20. And no one of you did. Tell me, just send a Venmo to Matt. No, don't send that. We're bidding. Don't fucking do it. Phenomenal. Why can't I read? Well, that was weird. I was like phenomenon. See, I told you I don't do so well with the spells. You're in for 20. Okay.
Thank you.
Bradzippa. I'm gonna call you Bradzippa. Is that cool? Bradzippa, I'm following you, so that's cool. We got that. We got that going on. And guys, glad you're hanging. I'm gonna make some.
Gonna do that spell?
What?
So we're gonna do that spell?
Oh yeah.
That's what kind of sigil for it, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's the sigil. Okay.
Yeah.
So, how do we want to do this spell, Matt? Why don't you? I'm going to start some warm tea going.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to talk us through, because Matt's more magical than I am. You know, we're both kind of witches. I just do my own thing though, and Matt actually is like practice some neat stuff. But we're going to do a spell tonight. Normally I do these goofy yet very meaningful love spells. But we're going to mix it up, and Matt's going to do a sigil, and then I'm going to do a love spell or something.
Yeah.
Is that cool?
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking we'll use your music to fire it off.
Oh, hell yeah.
Finish up.
Okay,
so,
let me get some tea
yeah,
going. Everybody get warmed up. Okay, this is like a stretch break, everybody, you know? Take a little stretch. Everybody, let's get a little drink of water, you know, a little self-care. You know, make sure you're moving around. I don't want you guys getting all locked up. You know, we're about to do a love spell. You got to keep it loose here, you know? First, before you
could pull a heartstring.
Before we take a little, you know, slight intermission here, we all need to bring it in for a little hug. Matt, you want to get in on this?
Oh.
Let's get a little stretch out. There we get in. Oh, thank you guys for that. All right. Ow. Mamacita. Oh, God, those legs are really done. Woo! All right, Matt sings the song. Don't do that.
Here, I'll talk about what it is. So the idea of a sigil is it's a magic concept, and I think it's got some relevance whether you're a full-on materialist. It still makes sense from just a psychological perspective, and if you're more old-fashioned, don't worry, it's not evil witchcraft. It's a form of a prayer, and
well, that's the same. I mean, witchcraft is a form of a prayer.
Oh yeah, like most Western magic is deeply Christian in origin. It's just been kind of split off. Once you start, like a lot of people, if you start getting into Western magic,
say that Christianity is deeply magical.
Oh yeah,
it's because that was all these practices were long before Christianity.
Oh yeah, and magical ways of viewing the world were de facto, and it was just, are you doing light or dark magic? But most places and times they wouldn't even use the word magic. It was just what you did, but you'd have all these weird folk magic traditions and beliefs. And so yeah, a lot of people go down that road to get away from Christianity, and they find out how much Christian stuff is in all the Western stuff, because it
all this based in love stuff.
Yeah, and it wasn't separate, you know? It's all part of just being a person. And most of the stuff, even when we get rid of it, we still refer to it figuratively. You might not believe in literal demons, but you talk about being haunted by your demons. You know, like haunted demons, these are very metaphysical things.
Yep. And demons are trauma.
Yeah, demons are real. Like whether or not you believe in them literally is.
Well, that's the thing.
monsters.
The demon imagery that we have in our Western culture comes from King James, when he was standardizing the Bible for the common man. He was really into demons. He wrote the book on demonology at the time, and he just loved the fanciful images of it. And that's why all the original Bibles and all the illustrations had these like fanciful demonic images in it. Because he was into it, and so that's how we got conditioned to think of what a demon is.
Oh yeah.
But like the story I've told a few times is of an old client who. Hold on, I'll come back here for this one. The story I've told a few times is of a past client who was a former minister of the Catholic Church who was an exorcist, and he had done over 3,500 exorcisms, which is, a lot of exorcisms. That's more exorcisms than I've done. How about you, Matt?
Decidedly.
Yeah, that's a lot. You get some experience doing 3,500 exorcisms, so you kind of know what you're talking about. And he was like, it's just trauma. He's like, you don't have to do any of the holy words or anything like that, any of the sayings. He's like, you just got to put your hands in the right positions and like do the energetic practice of like working this energy around. And then they go through their little fit. Here I am having a demon come out. And I've seen that same thing happen in session work and in person with me. I have seen people go into fits that as they pass, like if we're doing like an in-person, like real deep session. Them pass through things that look like demonic possession, where they're like screaming because it hurts them so much, like this emotional pain as they're like working. And this was like very intentional. We went in after multiple sessions together. We planned this out together to move into this like really deep, painful space. And these sessions that I did those 2 or 3 times will absolutely like transformed that person's life. But they were like ready. So I don't recommend like blasting into healing stuff like that if you're in there playing in the arena. This is something that we had done multiple sessions together to work up to this like intentional release session, or we kind of had planned out like if this really does start to come out, these are our game plan. So just be careful if you're playing in your emotional arenas that you've never unlocked before. Like achievement unlocked, here's some trauma, bitches. Just watch it. Just watch out.
Yeah, but even with all that, sometimes externalizing or making visual or physical invisible processes is really productive, and that's why, like, I think one of the most vivid examples is grieving. Like, you see a very consistent pattern across cultures and different times and places, that it's a period of time after someone's died. There's usually a specific color and or type of clothing people wear while they're in mourning. They'll do outward expressions in public, wailing, crying, emoting, or at least going and standing around the casket.
But which is honestly a great grief release. We make fun in the West. We make fun of like the wailing, but it's a really great grief release practice, like an embodied practice.
That's part of why we're all so fucking caught up, and we lose people, and it still fucks with us decades later because we never did an external process to release it. And it's easy to write off and be like, yeah, but I don't need to do that. I understand what happened cognitively. But if you didn't do the physical process, you very likely didn't actually
you got stuff
get through the work.
And we see in all kinds of trauma studies, like the body keeps score, things like that. We see how that trauma like holds in the body just in the state of neuroreception, where you have all this like cortisol and adrenaline like jammed up in the fascia of the skin, and until you can actually physiologically release it, it stays kind of looping in your body. Yeah, because it hasn't. It's like a program that never got to execute. It's a coiled spring that didn't get to unspring. Do you remember the story of Body keeps his Bessel van der Kolk when he got hit by the car? Yeah. And then he guarded himself, but then as he passed through the trauma, his arm like re-unfolded. Yeah. Do you remember that enough to tell him? I wouldn't do a good job. Okay, I'll jump in there. But so just return though to the idea that it can be really productive and important to find ways to externalize these internal processes. And especially, I'm somebody who I can't visualize in my head. I can't concoct imagery. That's why I draw it on the canvas, because I just see black when I try to picture something in my head. But visualizing things can be really powerful for a lot of people if you can visualize it all. If you can visualize
if you can visualize it. It took a long time to figure that out. I'm like,
Yeah,
that's
you
why certain things weren't working so well for me.
You just figured that out like a year and a half ago or something.
Yeah. It's amazing. I always thought when people said picture this, it was a figure of speech. I didn't think they could see a picture in their head.
For being an artist, you sure can't picture shit, man.
Yeah, a lot of creative people have it. But anyways, and so getting back to the idea of like a sigil or a spell, that's part of what this is. So the idea is you take an intention. We were talking about doing a love spell. We end up arriving at the phrase, learn how much love you are, is the spell we want to cast. So we specify that into a phrase. You could do an idea map or something, and then the idea is that you can then turn that into a visual symbol. Is what the sigil is. And so I just kind of boiled down the letters and came up with the shape learn how much love you are. And I just played around with a bunch of iterations until I found one that felt right. There's all kinds of arcane methods to come up with this. But the idea is then that you focus and meditate really intently on that symbol, on associating that concept with this shape, and you build up into a state where you're focused really heavily on that. And you can do it in your head or you can do it externally. And then when you've gotten to a state where you can really feel that in an embodied way, you do something to fire that off. You can burn the sigil, you can cast it into the sea, you can do all kinds of things. We'll have to decide what we're going to do. But I think we'll have a jam session and I'll meditate on that. And like one explanation from a psych perspective is that you're sort of slipping a telegraph through to your subconscious by taking the intention of learn how much love you are, turning it into a symbol and really focusing on that symbol and then letting it go and forgetting about it, that it kind of slides it through. Or for a more energetic perspective, you could be doing that more as, that's your mechanism for setting off into the universe. But you're really heavily associating with the specific, and then you're letting it go, letting it out into the world to do what it needs to and to see how it comes back.
And lighting a candle to put, or into that we can burn it, but also doing a candle to put that same energy into the candle, and then as that candle burns, it transmutes that energy into a higher frequency, just as it transmutes the wax into a higher frequency, and it burns off and it changes molecular form. It's the same idea. It sends it out into the field energetically.
Yeah. Well, think of that candle. It starts as a solid object, and all that wax converts to heat and smoke and wafts off and dissipates back into the system.
Completely changes form into spirit.
Yeah. And again,
or what is perceived of as spirit.
Yeah.
Wow, there's a big easel right here.
What are you trying to get to?
Trying to get to that bag of tricks down there. There's a little brown bag down there somewhere.
Paper bag?
Yeah, I'm gonna get the spell out.
Yeah.
But we gotta check these comments.
Yeah, so I think a lot of this stuff applies just as much if you're a cold hard rationalist. Like, view it as art that's playing on your psychology.
Oh yeah.
It's still relevant. There's a difference between doing the thing and not doing the thing.
It's even, and also, oh shit balls. This is all faith too. It's like creating enough faith in all the traditions. You got a faith of the mustard seed. You can move mountains. This is the same as manifestation.
Yeah.
It's putting all of your. It is manifestation. It's putting all of your energy and intent into something. It's the same as you would go like, dear God, please save me from this thing. Please save me from this thing. Please save me. You're putting all of your energy and intent into that idea, and then that's what is created within your field, because your subatomic particles obey your will, obey what you believe. You create the energetic field for all of the atoms to play, or for all the electrons to play around the atom and the atoms, through all these little subatomic particles rearranging themselves so it creates a particular electromagnetic field. You do that through your will. Whatever you believe to be is the thing. And so you continually create your reality as you go on this atomic level, which is why we get fucked when we get out of our moment.
Yeah. And again, like implicit in this process, you really lean into it, and then you let it go. You're executing a cycle. You're not leaving it half-formed, unformulated. You formulate a really specific intent, and then you externalize it into an object. And you really fixate on that for its time, and then you release it. This isn't like something like a cross or a symbol that you hold forever. Like this gets destroyed, and you want to forget about it.
You burn that stuff.
Yeah.
It becomes you. You're like, oh, I am this now. I know how much love I am. Okay. You guys need to help me pick a. Okay, let me just check some of these comments while you're doodling away. Okay, we got 20 for the bid on this thing. Can't spell my English, my B. Pull a heartstring. That's what we're doing, right? Love his skirt. I think it's some pants skirt. They're pants. It's a pants skirt.
They're pants.
Look how pantsy they are.
It's pants.
I'd call those more like pantaloons, but well, we can call them pants if you want. I like your pantaloons. They look good, dude. They look comfy. They look like a great pantaloons to be squatting down and drawing all night in. I didn't really know how, so I tried to get him off to a different topic. And excuse better now, but trauma's still there. Trauma's still. I didn't really know how I tried. I don't remember the exact part of the conversation where we had that.
That was a while back.
Yeah.
Comments are from
3 weeks. Okay, that's 5. Wait. And this TikTok is shallow.
Oh, thank you. Beautiful.
Oh, let's pick a spell, you dumbasses. Oh, if you change a part of a car, it's still the same car. How many parts can you change before it's a new car? Ooh. And the part, it's still the car. It doesn't matter. It is still the car. The car is the car.
The car is the form that the parts are taken.
That is like the idea of God and the parts of everything working together to be God, you know? Same thing.
The car is the pattern that the parts form.
Yeah. Yep. Ooh, I like that. Pattern that the parts form.
Yeah, that's what it all is.
That'd be a good song.
Just sort of de-arrange them, pull the parts apart. It's not a car. You can't drive it. A car is a thing you can drive somewhere, right? So if you rip the wheels off and like bolt them over the roof,
did you say de-arrange them? Did you mean drop de-arrange them?
Drop de-arrange.
Clink our tea mugs.
Wait,
Get the dick mugs. Get the dick and boob mugs. Wait, let me do it again. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother.
Hell yes.
Hell yeah. Alright, we did it. Let's do a spell.
The carness is the shit.
Let's do a spell. I need you guys to vote. This is serious. Do you want to do this candle? This is A. Or 1. Either one. Or do it in any language you want. Or B.
That's where the candles are going.
Or C.
It's green candle.
Do you want A, B, or C? Vote. Okay. But if you take those parts and make another type of car, is it still the same car? Probably not.
Probably not.
I think that's way too much thinking.
Like that guy who he converted his little what was it? Was it a Moto Guzzi? He converted his car into a motorcycle and drove himself out of the desert.
What?
You've seen that story, right? This is awesome, dude. It was like in the 70s.
Sounds awesome.
He had a little tiny car and it broke down the desert. He ripped it apart and he cobbled it into a motorcycle and drove it out of the desert. It's my favorite. He's the best.
What kind of drivetrain's in those things?
Oh, I think it was like front wheel drive, and so the motor's just like bolted like right up to there, so it's like hanging out the side.
Was it like a little sidewinder, and then he ran the back wheel or something, like cut half the car
Yeah,
off?
he just had like one of the beam members as the main frame of the bike.
God, what a badass! That's some redneck. That is some redneck shit right there.
But he had to do it to survive. He had to do a miracle and conjure a motorcycle out of a broke down car in the desert.
Dude, we'd do that. If we were broke down in the desert, man.
MacGyver
Easy day.
Saint MacGyver.
I was thinking, oh, we got to vote for D. That's good. I like that. Okay, guys, just one vote. Come on. What kind of love spell you think this is gonna be? Are you guys liking this video? I can't see shit because I'm wearing these stupid glasses, but 6.7. Okay, that's good. TikTok, you guys are doing good. I appreciate the thumb work. You know, put a little effort in there. You know, make sure you let TikTok know how much you really love it. Instagram, I need you guys to do a little work over here. I love you. All right. The rest of you guys just do whatever the fuck you want. All right. They're used to ship instead of a car? Wait. Oh, sorry. This is an ancient... I missed the comment. This is an ancient Greek philosopher question. They used it to ponder what makes someone identify. It makes someone's identity. Mm-hmm. They used a ship instead of a car. Wait, that's the question to ponder?
The same question.
What?
What if you they were asking the same question about a ship. They're saying that we were talking about a car. Like if you take it apart or you make a new car out of the same parts, is it the same car?
I mean, yeah. I mean, oh, they use the ship instead of a car. Yeah. I got it. Okay. I was like, what? What are we talking about?
Excuse me?
I figured this out. I get it now. I got this. Sorry. Slow on the uptake. I was working on what candle? C? We got, vote for C, vote for D. Okay, ship. I got this now. I'm sorry, guys. We got to vote for C and we got to vote for D. We need more votes. Can't do a spell without that. Also, this amazing picture of Jesus, of Bacchus, turning the water to wine, is up for auction. We have a bid for 20 on it. Matt just drew this a minute ago. You can get a little up close because it's so incredible. It really gets you a tingle. Are you tingling, Matt?
Oh, I'm real tingling.
There's a little autograph on there and everything. Matt will ship that to you in the mail. You can put that in a frame, and that would look badass in your house. We got to vote for 20 already, or bid. Who's going to outbid 20? Plus a little shipping, wherever you live. W, god damn it. Oh. Car, Greek. You guys don't fuck with me like that. That's not cool, Fine, I'm picking. Ooh, I feel some love in this one. Let's see this one. It's actually scented. I didn't know that. I thought it would be not smelling, but I was like, what does this smell like? I don't know what it smells like, though. It just smells like a candle.
That's slightly herbal.
Yeah, it doesn't smell bad. It doesn't smell like chemically.
I don't know what.
It doesn't smell. It sort of smells soap.
Yeah, I can place that one.
What if we ate some? I taste it. You think it tastes soapy?
It probably tastes waxy. It's a candle.
Oh yeah. This tastes like shit. Nothing. I got nothing. Let's use this one. Okay, I'll set this up. Lead us in, Matt.
So, as a reminder, we came up with a statement of intent for our love spell, and it's to learn how much love you are. I'd say that's a seed to plant. That's kind of the idea of doing it in a spell or ritual format. It's not to take not to take a place of doing work, but sort of to specify and initiate the movement towards what you want to accomplish.
Yeah, it's like setting a little vision for yourself. Mm-hmm. To say, this is who I will be.
Yeah.
And then you can choose. My kids melted some other kind of shit on here, and it's not regular wax. Nelly will grab these torches and just melt everything in the house. It's like, here's something to melt. It's like I find a pile of wax on the tile. I'm like, it's like I taught her how to use the heat gun instead. I'm like, stop with the torch. This is a fucking heat gun, kid. Like, don't burn your fingers, but here's how to do it.
I love melting things. That's probably why I work with metal.
Yeah, that's fun. Dude, we got to do some blacksmithing again.
Yeah.
That was so fun.
I got a little forge in my place. We did it there. So
let's go do something. Yeah. Let's do a blacksmithing night.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys. How do you guys feel about if Matt and I set up a making night at Matt's house and we made a project on the spot?
The video.
We could make a little batch of 10 of them, whatever they were. Some cute little.
10's pretty ambitious for one cast. We could.
Okay, let's go for 5. I'm just thinking small, something small we can make.
Yeah.
Turn something on the lathe.
Mm-hmm.
We can make all kinds of shit.
It'll get tedious. Forge it.
Forge it. Yeah, we could
forge something down to a wire and bend a shape.
Yeah, we could do quick hammer forge shape things.
That's like a cool keychain or
pendant. Yeah, let's do that.
That's
okay, we're gonna do a forge night, right? A blacksmithing night.
Green beans. No.
Yeah, green beans. Peas? Is that split pea? Oh, is that limerita? Ooh, it's limerita. Oh, it matches my glasses, kind of. Look at that.
Mm.
Love's in the house. Let's do it.
It's very jade colored.
What the fuck are we doing, Matt? What are we doing? You're in charge. Go.
Well, I think you jam out. Remember we're
going to intent.
Focus on the intent for a while and then we fire it off. I think if you
okay, let's put this
in a nice state.
Put this on the shelf, right?
Should we light that the whole time you play though? Get the foreground on the computer maybe?
Okay, fine. Let's do that. We're going to put it up right behind you on the shelf where they can see it.
Sounds good.
Okay, guys. Should we put our intent in first and then light? Or should we light it and then put intent? What if it goes backwards? Help me. Don't we put the intent into? Don't we put the witchcraft into the candle, then light it?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm not gonna light it then. We'll put it right here. We're gonna intend into it, then we'll light it. I can't reach. I'm gonna fall off this cushion. I'm holding a guitar. Help me! Oh, I did it. So that's what I'm thinking. We intend all this stuff into that candle while we play some guitar.
Sounds good.
Is that cool?
Yeah.
Are we doing good witchcraft? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing.
Sure, I'll carve that into it.
I'm making all this up. You have a big knee. Can I get some?
Body shaming me.
You're such a
for my
big
knees.
I mean, I love your knee, but that's such a big knee, man. Oh, you're carving. God, I love you. Oh man, I did the drop D thing.
You did drop that D.
I forgot about that part. I forgot about it. What was the pun I made? I forgot. God, I wish I had batteries on this tuner so it was actually bright. It's like flickering. That's the problem.
You have to just tune it relative. It doesn't matter except for perfect pitch people.
Well, I matters to my pitch. Close enough. And let you guys all learn exactly how much love you are, knowing that you are in a perfect process of life happening. It is an experience that you're having. It is a journey that you're on with nothing to attain. And that you are held right in the middle of all that love and the grace of this infinite God of ours. And it's pretty nice if you just chill out, let it all happen. Embrace all of the beauty of it and all of the light and the dark and the good and the bad. On the human level, take the lessons as they come, clear them through. let yourself learn how much love you are. Voila. That's some magic. Oh wait, I got a wand. Shit. Voila. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. I'm gonna switch to that. I think we put that on there, let it burn for a little, let it burn out. It's got a bunch of magic in it, dude. Don't touch it. Let that shit burn. Alright, if you were a Christian, I hope you were looking away. Because I got pretty magical up in this bitch. Yeah, it's getting close on spooky season. I know people are getting real excited about that. You know? You witches out there are itching right now. You're looking at all those, you're already buying decor. You know you are.
They've already got the first sales of the season.
That's true. I bought them last year on clearance last year, and I'm just ready to witch that shit up. Oh yeah, somebody got a crystal skull earlier.
Yeah.
Spooky bitches. I love them. All right, what are we doing? Are we gonna burn that thing?
Okay, it's gonna burn big.
Yeah, I don't really want to burn it in here. That'll be a lot of burning.
Yeah.
You're burning in this thing, but you could. I mean, we can do it. I just need a little hot pad because that'll get hot in this thing and heartbeat. That much fuel. It'll burn. It'll warm up.
Yeah, a bit.
I don't want to be sitting there like diddly dum hum hum. Oh fuck! We are meditating and humming. Everything is mama fucking shit balls, dicks. Oh god, just losing it. Oh my legs, God, it's gotta be getting late. Oh yeah, it's getting late. You guys are still here though. Look at you go. Look at you guys go. Give yourself a good pat on the back, everybody. Everybody right now, reach around. Do it. Give yourself the reach around. Unless you don't have any arms, don't. I'm sorry. Thank you, Matt. Feels better when someone else does it, honestly. But it'll stimulate something in your back. It'll stimulate the happy feelings. Like, give yourself a pat on the back, for real, you know? That's some really yogi shit right there. Nice cadence. Is that a word? This is, learn how much love you are. I always say things and I don't remember saying it. Learn how much love you are. That's the whole idea. We just did a little witchcraft to put a lot of intent into this little candle that's burning above Matt. Look how angelic you look on. No, on that one. Wait, do it on that one. Oh, you look good on TikTok here. Oh, Instagram, you're looking better.
Balancing it.
You gotta balance out force. Play some more, Daniel. I don't know some more, Daniel. Oh, play some more. Comma.
I thought that was a bit.
Brad. Daniel. I got you, brother. I got you. Did anybody outbid Brad? Brian! Can we hug? Can I have a hug, dude? Brian, I need a little hug. You better put a good one into this. Don't you be a little bitch. You give me a good one. He's the mad Irishman. Bring it in. You guys feel it yet? I'm gonna keep doing it until you feel it. You felt it. Oh, I know you did. Oh, thank you. That was better. It's better when you get something from someone else.
That's true.
That's what's called hug magic right there. Hug witchcraft, I like to call it. I'm actually gonna write a book. Hugcraft. It's called Hugcraft.
God, come to my TikTok.
Hold on, is that available? Please, God.
Literally on GoDaddy right now.
There's no way.
Hello.
Oh, somebody has it. Hugcraft.co is available.
It's a great alternative.
The Hugcraft company. Oh God! Think of the T-shirts, Hugcraft. Okay, let me tell you about this before you guys get excited about this new idea. As excited as I am, which is highly aroused. I mean, I'm really stoked on this. So, because I've been thinking about this hug witchcraft thing, which is important to think about, right? When you do Tai Chi exercises and you do the muscle flexing exercises and the pushing and the pulling and the, doing chopping the wood and stuff, but everything's just like tense motion that you're going through. You're like flexing your muscles around your bones and compressing them. And that's the whole exercise, these slow motions of like compression.
Yeah.
And what it does is it activates the piezoelectric effect of your bones, which is when there is this kinetic pressure applied to the crystalline structure of your bone, and actually emits a little frequency. So the more you do it, the more it's like zing, right? So that's the whole Jackie Chan 1-inch punch idea. The guy's like right here, but he sends these guys flying. Like, how do you get that much mass inertia in the velocity of a single fist without, you know what I mean, without something else? There's no mathematical way that the muscles could coil enough tension with the leverage of the arm to create enough inertia, because the guy's not big, he's pretty small, he doesn't have much mass, with that much velocity to be created within the span of 2 inches.
Right.
Like, how much actual how much actual force can you kinetically transfer? But as he like builds up for it, it's like you charge that motherfucker up, and then he's like, and the guy goes flying across the room. And it's this chi energy that we build up, and we do that naturally in Tai Chi exercise. You can feel it. You can like tap in on it. Easy day. And well, I think when you give somebody a hug, you get them in there in that hug witchcraft circle. You get them in the circle,
Oh yeah.
and then you give them all that like I love you business, and all of that intent just goes.
Yeah.
And gets them. It really gets them. It's called hugcraft.co, and I'm buying it. I'm gonna have a workshop up soon. In case you should definitely. I don't want 5 years on this shit. No, I want that. You better give me that. What's this 1 cent business? Oh, when you buy 2 years. Look at these bastards.
The first year, the second year is only 1 cent.
Look at that, $38. Oh, what? It was like I get what? What the shit kind of domain is this? This better be good. Forget it. Oh, it's so good though. I gotta do it. I'm just continuing to cart. I'll take it for $11. Watch, somebody bought it. Someone with faster internet than me.
Yeah.
No, I don't want that shit. No, I don't want to start a website. God, you guys, I'll do it myself. No professional email, please. Get out of here, GoDaddy. I'll do it myself. I don't need your GoDaddying up in my business.
Play a little guitar. I'm greedy. Or gritty.
I'm trying to get hugcraft.co right now, okay, guys? Chill. These payment. Okay. Good. Yeah, okay, good. You know my PayPal information? Good. You better remember this stuff. How many times have I put that password in? For the love of God. Just remember it, please.
Hundreds of URLs.
How many times? You should love me at this point. Yes. I am the proud owner.
Hugcraft.co is yours.
Hugcraft.co. Do you guys want t-shirts that just say Hugcraft on them? Because I'll design this shit right now.
God, don't even test them.
Don't test me. Stop, Daniel. It's so good. I'm just going to keep looking at it. Anyway, I got the domain, guys. It's mine. See you in the morning for meditation. Play a little guitar. Okay, fine. Jeez. I don't have a little guitar. Actually, this is a kind of 3/4 scale. So it's considered a little guitar.
Smallish.
In some regions. It's not a full-size acoustic. It's still grown up. I gotta water it, Let's play something in A. I never do that. Oh, I do that sometimes. Major. Major. Play a major, Daniel. It's a major. lights are done. My legs. My legs. Oh, my sweet buttery baby Jesus legs. Oh, they're so donezo. I can do this. I can prevail. I have large obsidian stones right here. Gigantic chunks of obsidian to support my legs energetically. No, I'm kidding.
I can't do it.
But we were talking about obsidian earlier, and I remembered I had these in the yard, and so I went out there and found them with a flashlight. And they're all covered in spiders and stuff, so we probably got more spiders in the house than normal. I found a really big one yesterday.
I love spiders.
I know, I took a video of him. He was super big and furry, and I was like, hey dude, can you go outside? And he was like a big one, and I touched his leg, and then he ran out. He's over there somewhere.
A day ago, I was taking a hike, and the devil's beating his wife, which is an all-time expression for when it's raining
what?
and the sun's shining.
What? What?
That's English is an amazing, beautiful
What
language.
kind of-
That's the term for it.
Kind of old-timey.
I saw a tarantula hawk dragging a tarantula off into the bushes.
Oh, that's incredible.
So
And then there was like a
intense.
coyote skull and a crow.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It's like the urge to like try to help the tarantula, but then
No.
are you gonna do any good? And you're gonna kill the
What about the tarantula hawk?
tarantula
bro?
hawk's baby? Like it's just the dance of life and
Yeah,
death. It was
man.
rough to have just turn the corner and watch it happening because I love spiders. You know, but
The
that's-
tarantula hawks are freaking amazing too.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
Incredible.
They're really amazing.
I saw a
looking
video
dogs.
of a
Scary,
girl, she was
yeah.
probably 15, 16, high school girl, total like emo kid, you know, she's just like doing weird shit. And she's holding a tarantula hawk and letting it crawl around in her arm, and she's like picking it up, not palming it, but like letting it crawl in her hand and moving it around.
I think they actually are fairly docile, but I wouldn't be brave enough to let them
and
crawl on me. It's the most painful, one of the most painful things in nature.
No, well, she must be an interesting nervous system because she got stung by it a little bit, and it wasn't a big sting, I think, it just hit her a little bit, and she had like about 5 minutes of pain, but she wasn't like, she still kept, she didn't even slap it off her.
Okay.
She was like, ow, ooh.
Dude, she got a light stinger. She's pretty.
Yeah, so
it's supposed to be one of the worst stings there is.
Really? It's intriguing. Yeah, I don't really want to pick one up then. After I saw that video, I was like, I kind of want to pick one up. But now you say that, maybe I don't want to pick one up.
You just have to Bene Gesserit, just convince it that you're
Yeah,
correct.
I did that with the bee sting.
Yeah.
You guys want to tell me? You guys want me to tell the story when I was a Bene Gesserit? Matt's laughing because he knows the last part of it. Matt, don't fucking ruin the story, bro. Stop giggling, dude. Nothing. There's no funny part at the end.
It's just impressive.
It's just impressive, okay? It's just witchcraft, so I'm going to tell you the story in a second here. But I got to pee first. Probably the tea. I switched to blueberry lavender because Matt's jasmine. That jasmine flower is too much for me, you know? I was getting really hyped. So now I'm back to the beautifying botanicals, which is how I keep my healthy glow.
Freaking ASMR over here. Does anyone else get stressed out by ASMR?
Oh god, dude.
I'm the
I almost
opposite.
choked to death. I was trying not to die there for a second.
I'm the opposite of an ASMR person.
I'm not a big fan of
stresses
it.
me.
I'm just like, God, stop squishing that thing.
Yeah.
Whatever you're squishing.
Some people, it's so soothing. And
Nellie
magnetic.
gets into it sometimes, and I'm like, go sleep outside. You know?
It
you're
does not work for me.
Ow! I'm like, you're adopted. She's like, you're adopted. Actually, we have this joke. Sometimes in public, I'll be like, she knows the gimmick. I'll be like, we'll get in a fake argument, and I'll be like, you're adopted. She's like, you're adopted. Like louder than, and people, it's the funniest thing.
People are like,
oh my gosh. We definitely screw around way too much. But
Clearly.
you're adopted. And she like looks exactly like me, you know? It's like,
Yeah. Couldn't be more you if she tried. Someone earlier in the cast requested a landscape. I was like, oh, I don't do landscapes, but then I felt kind of guilty, so I'm trying to do a landscape. We'll see how it comes out. Yeah, it was tough, you know, you're on that hike watching the mosquito hawk. I really wanted to help, and it was one of those video game moments where it's like press A to intervene. But when I thought about it, I knew that wasn't what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to just let it happen and experience it. But that's tough because the process of tarantula hawks is it's savage. The tarantula lives, and bad things happen later. It's gnarly. Poor tarantula.
My legs. I gotta stretch for a minute. I'm dead.
It is getting late, too.
Dude, that's like amaze balls.
Thank you.
Man, they put the balls on amaze balls, dude. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm done. Oh, God. I'm not allowed to do lives after 11.
How do y'all feel about companionable silence? It's something that always, I feel like comes up when I'm driving with somebody, and I don't know, so I feel like if there's a good connection, it can be really nice just to find out, let the conversation lull, and spend some time together. But I know I got some good friends who, the moment it drops, they get so stressed. You can tell it's a trauma trigger thing of like, don't everybody talk at once! Somebody talk! Please, somebody talk!
Yeah.
And I don't know, like I could definitely imagine some, childhood conditions that could lead to that. There's a million different stories I can imagine, but none of the friends I'm thinking of, I've never, talked to any of them about where that comes from, but it's a really distinct phenomenon. It's one of the ones I don't have. Like, not that I've never had an awkward silence, but it's not that.
It's also the needing to have a TV on or a fan on.
Yeah, it can be that for sure.
It's the same kind of, I think, nervous system response. I've had multiple different clients who have had they just texted me randomly. They're like, this is the first night I've ever slept without a fan on. I remember one guy texted me. She's like, I've slept with a fan on since I was a kid, and it was like a couple of days after a session.
Yeah.
And I've had other people. Or one guy, or a couple people had to have a TV on all the time, and they were able to just turn it off at night.
Yeah.
And get better sleep, and just easing all. So what we're talking about is easing the emotional tension of learning to clear your traumas and all the stuff that keeps you up at night, all those scary subconscious dreams. It's all the same kind of stuff milling about.
Yeah.
And it's all connected with old stories and old stuff, old conditioning, bullshit that happened to you in the past. Yeah. And it can be subtle. Like you're like, one that happens a lot is this classic, mom was really stressed out and an overbusy mom, and dad was having to work really hard because they were pushing way too hard on some life that was way outside of their means.
Yeah.
And so parents are working hard for their best intent. They're really trying to create a good life for everybody. But at the same time, because they're so busy, this child gets overlooked and then can feel invaluable and can feel kind of worthless and can start to feel really unseen and never heard and feel like, I don't even have a voice. Why would I even say something?
Yeah.
Like no one's there to listen to me. And like feelings like that at your core. And so that stuff really sticks from childhood, like however you felt, and it could be these real subtle stuff, and then you just sort of feel that way, and you always feel kind of, ugh. So if any of you guys need help, like any of that stuff that's resonating with you, getting the stuff out, getting past those blockages, please hit me up for some work. We can do an emotional alchemy session together. We can go do a coaching call together. And there's an emotional alchemy coached program as well. There's a few different levels of ways that you can get some help. And I love absolutely working with any of you and all of you. Like I was telling Matt earlier, I was just like, man, I love my clients because they're like the fighters, They're the ones that haven't given up. They're like, nah, I'm gonna get over this thing. Yeah. I'm gonna get past something, And I'm like, yeah, let's get it, let's get in there and find it. And we end up getting in these great spaces, and it's so fun. I love it. Anyway, so if any of you guys need some help fixing your shit on an emotional level, so you can just not be triggered by life and go through it in an easy way. You can find information on the link tree in my bio. Also, if you note, the name is danieltyack.com, which just happens to be the actual website. Fucking shocker. Whoa, 38 days sober, and it's my birthday now? Oh, shit, yeah, dude, you better still be here. Hold on, we're gonna sing. Are you still here? Oh, look, some good people are here tonight. Hi, guys. Hi, everybody. Hi. I'm gonna just follow you guys. Damn it. He's gone. I just followed somebody. I don't know who that was, but we're here. Oh, I'm sorry. If you're hanging on Insta. Oh, hi, Insta. I mean, I'm talking to everybody here. But right now I'm just looking at TikTok, so we're going to have to just work this out all together. Oh, follow request. What? What, Carolyn? What? Why you got to be all private? Huh? Trying to follow you here. I got the rest of you, gang. Man. Piece of pap. He's been showing up in the mornings for meditation and stuff.
Yeah.
38 days sober.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's been. I remember, I think he came on 30 days sober. He said the first time he showed up, and he's been like checking in the morning meditations.
Oh yeah.
I love it. So good. Oh, by the way, we are doing play some Tool. Yes. We are doing every morning morning meditations. And they're at 6:30 Pacific Standard Time. And despite the fact that it's 11:33 right now, so that's coming swiftly like a thief in the fucking night, you know, I'm going to be there and meditating. I might be a little sleepy, but I'll just wear some sunglasses so you can't tell. And we'll do our little morning meditation. The chickens will be there. 2 days ago, my rabbit... Oh, man, I have this little rabbit.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean, I don't have a rabbit. He has me. It's more like, you know, it's his yard, really, and he's waiting for me to grow new weeds, so I'm going to water it. Anyway, I started throwing some carrots out there, too, for him. But he comes in the yard, and he's real shy, you know, he's a rabbit, and that's how they do. And he would just be always gone before the light of day. You know, I'd see him out there if I was out early, and scampering about. And and I always have the chickens come hang out with me when I come meditate, and little hummingbirds like come whizzing by pretty close, and I got Leroy the lizard that I've made friends with over there, just like luring critters in. Yeah. And 2 mornings ago, it was on live, it's documented. The rabbit was in the yard and he was fucking playing with the chickens, doing all these little hops and skip-abouts. I was like, what in the world? And he was just straight playing.
Yeah, they play. It's amazing.
Yeah, he was super comfortable. He was super comfortable in the yard with me there. And I was like, yes, I've broken through. Yeah. So now I'm like giving carrots and stuff, like, come into my yard.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite things about making a little bit of progress and waking up a little bit more is the fact that cool Disney animal interactions occasionally happen to you. Something an animal just decides you are safe to be around. Yeah. Comes up and says hi, like.
Did you see the video of Leroy coming up on my hand to eat?
No,
I got the lizard, my Leroy, my lizard that lives next to my house in a little bush, and he's got a lady too, Shannon.
Shannon.
I got a video of her hugging him. She's all up on top of him, doing the little push-up thing. She wanted to get some. She was like, "Come back in the little bush, Leroy," and he was like, "Babe, I'm getting some sun. Get out," you know. So, but I got a video of the whole thing. It was wild. I even got a video of Leroy taking a shit the other day. I wasn't trying to. I was just trying to get a video of him to come over and eat some mealworm out of my hand, and then he takes a shit, and I was like, "There's Leroy taking a shit," you know.
Like, man.
I'm all zoomed in like a creeper. I'm like, "Sorry, Leroy.
Give me some fucking space, man.
Give me some space." He's like, got that look at this glassy little eye, you know. It's like zoomed right in on the camera. He's like, "Ugh, I can't do it," you know.
Really? I can't do it if you watch, bro.
I get some stage fright, bro.
Leroy.
Dude, he did it right on the fucking sidewalk thing, right on my bricks, you know. I could have done it on the dirt like 3 inches over. No, right on the brick, you know.
You in the bushes, or you go doing porcelain?
Anyway, that's what I get for feeding him so many mealworms. But I made friends with this little lizard, and I've gotten him to come up on my hand one time. Mm-hmm. I got him he jumped right up, and he ate the mealworm, and then he sat there chewing it up, and he like hung out for a second, and then he hopped off and ran away. And I was like, yes, and I got it documented. So cool. Leroy and I are kind of bros. He was a little skittish today. I'm going to be real gentle with him because he was kind of he's kind of freaked about something today. Yeah, he wasn't as close. So I'm going to just let him beat.
Issues with him and Shannon.
Yeah, maybe him and Shannon broke up.
It's a relationship issue.
Dude, maybe she fucking took the bunch. Maybe she's like doing eggs from there. He's not allowed in or something. Oh. Does anybody know
on the lizard couch?
Does anybody know about like lizard relationship dynamics? Because I'm really curious about this right now. Matt, this isn't something to laugh about. I'm dead serious. I'm super. I am serious, guys. God, I want to know about lizard relationships. Anyway, God, my legs are so blown out. That's why I'm kneeling here like a weirdo. You've held a tarantula at a museum once. Weird feeling, but they just hover in your hand. Yeah, aren't they neat? And how they kind of grip. The kids and I caught one years ago. We named him Fluffy or Fuzzy. He was Fuzzy. Fuzzy the tarantula, and then he got away in the house. I don't know what happened. But, you know, it was a different time. Anyway, so Fuzzy was cool. We'd pick him up. The kids would let him crawl. They just gotta be gentle. Like, they can sting, but they're super docile. Like, you know when they're pissed off. Yeah. When they're doing the little, like, feel-about thing with their front legs, they're just kind of like, hey, what's going on here? Yeah. But you just got to grab them by the middle legs. There's 8 of them, right in the middle, just gently, and kind of give a gentle squeeze on the little socket.
They're really, really fragile.
Yeah, and don't drop them.
Walk. You don't really want to pinch
Do
them.
not drop them. You know, and if you got to pick one up, though, it's right in the middle. It's super gentle.
Yeah. Even poking at them, you can
if you drop them from over a foot, they'll literally break. They pop. They're real fragile. So just be careful with them. But they're really super cool critters if you're real gentle and you let them just kind of cruise about. Just don't freak out and they won't kill you. You know.
They won't kill you.
Are you tripping right meow? Not really. But that would be a great idea. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up if we got any comments over here. Instagram, thanks for hanging out, guys. I'm always actually kind of in a state of what you would perceive of as tripping, to be honest. In just a state of awareness of everything about, and not trying to necessarily fixate on any one thing. And so it is very much often like a state of tripping, or I'll be in a really high state of happiness of just like, look at this. I'll be riding the bike sometimes just grinning like a fucking idiot. Yeah. Like I'm just smiling just because I'm like feeling the moment as it's like passing through, and I'm just riding alongside of the road. And it's just great, you know. It's like it's just a tapping in with everything around you, and it puts you very much in that like trippy state. You can maintain that in your body the way you feel. Now you can definitely get way too spaced out in that land, so you got to keep it balanced, and the pain of life will teach you that. So, it's just a natural learning process. But feel free to trip.
Yeah,
it's your dream. Well, have a good one.
I think one of the most common emotions in tripping is awe or wonder.
Yeah, where you're just like, wow.
And
or the deep, like, oh, I get it.
Yeah,
oh. It's like the answer to the wonder.
Yeah.
When you're like, on this side you wonder, you're in deep wonder, and on the trip side you're like, oh, this is the opposite. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. But even sometimes, like I think, especially as adults, we lose our awe or our wonder because any random thing that you pay close attention to has infinite complexity, and you see that kids have much more access to this typically. Like they'll just sit and be staring at something,
also,
and constantly unlocking experiences through looking and wondering what the animals are up to, looking at a bush, looking at a rock, whatever.
Intriguing thing about even young, so kids under the age of I think it's like 7 have a much higher production of DMT, which is effectively the molecule that creates a hallucinogenic state in very many substances. So it's kind of this primary element that our brains naturally secrete, and children under the age of 7, I believe it is, have a larger expense. It's how they kind of have their learning process. It's how they sort out how they feel about life. It's them, all of their neuroplasticity is open and mushy, and they're like, oh, is this how I feel? Is this how I feel? And that's why kids recover emotionally really quick. They get a little comfort, and they're like, oh, they're back at it. There's not a lot. It's all loose in there, emotionally speaking, and that's how you get. Oh, and then under the age of 3, kids have a much higher production of DMT. That's why, like little kids, they're just tripping out. They're talking to imaginary people and stuff, and they're having a great old time. If you just watch them, they're in their own little magic world. Like anybody that has an under 3-year-old, like gets it when they're in that. And then that like kind of terrible 2s going into 3. Is when that's when that DMT is like wearing off, and they're like, what the fuck is this reality? Damn it, I can't be in this like mushy bliss place anymore. Yeah. And they have a little fit, and you gotta work through it, and that's okay. Everybody does it. And then as we get older, it stops and it gets a little less. So doing different meditative practices, doing different things of breath work or whatever can actually open up or release more naturally occurring DMT in your body. You can have these very deep embodied experiences of this kind of oneness state. It's the same state of Satori like this bliss where you're just like, ah, you know? But you can get there by practicing it. You can get there by practicing a feeling of that state once you kind of figure out how to get there. And everything's just a practice to figure out where you want to do your life, and it doesn't matter where you're at it. Like you're just like, oh, does it feel better over here? Let's shift there a little bit. And that's fine, because everybody's at this different space of this chaotic nature of the universe. Like, stop freaking out about it. You know, just whatever you got, there you are. Take a breath. Okay, how do I feel about all this? Let's go about doing life. Like, keep it real simple. Makes it easier. You think it was a Mexican rose hair? Oh wait, weird feeling how they wait. Oh, a tarantula at a museum. Oh yeah, there was a Mexican rose hair. Ooh, that sounds cool. I don't know what that looks like, but I mean, I'm into it. Loving this live art. Moms, check this out. This was. Did we do another one before this? Oh, you did that
Stupid Hulk.
Stupid Hulk, yeah.
The Hulk
This
playing
was-
worship song.
This was the first drawing of the night of Jesus turning water into wine, the story of Bacchus. And so Matt's illustration in a magical sense. And when you actually look up ancient images, and actually if you guys join the Discord and look at the Who Was Jesus thread, you will find some ancient pictures of Jesus before the fanciful illustrations of white guy Jesus that King James did for us. You'll find imagery of Jesus with a wand doing magical shit. He also just happened to be crucified as a witch because at the time under Roman law, crucifixion and being torn apart by beasts were crimes that were reserved specifically for magicians. If you were to Google search Roman attitudes towards magicians, you'll find a lot of information on that, and you can end up finding the law system where it's like, oh, at this time, here's the law system. It says, oh yeah, it's for magicians. Anyway, so Jesus was a witch, you know, which is cool. Jesus was a magician of the day. There was tons of magic in the day. That's what Rome was wiping out, burning all the witches and stuff like that. You know, classic.
Digging through all the ditches.
Yeah, doing the thing. Anyway, so here's witch Jesus turning some water into wine.
Yeah, a lot of those early miracles, would be classified as magical acts. I mean, healing people, making the poultice with mud and spit that he puts on the blind guy's eyes to heal him. It's not just
That's like a poultice.
an abstract direct.
It's like he's probably chewing up some herbs, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And then like putting that herbs in the mud and I mean it's like hermetical wisdom. It's going to the vitamin shop and getting some vitamins.
but we're just so used to hearing it as just a generic Jesus miracle that we're kind of desensitized to the fact that it really fits into a more folk magical.
Yep, and
sort of
what
permeate.
people don't realize in this day and age is, as I have this little wand that I found outside. It's just a piece of bamboo, but I call it my wand. In the day of Jesus and at the time, if you look at Roman law system, like Roman attitudes towards magic, like in general, like holy shit, they really had a lot of like witchy wizard stuff going on. There's so many laws relating to like, oh, don't do this and don't do that, and no soothsayers and no cursing your neighbor's crops or their cattle and all
It's
like
mostly
this.
about don't abuse magic.
Yeah,
much
yeah.
as like do magic.
Yeah, it's like just don't do don't be a dick, basically. Like don't do stupid magic. Like don't hurt people with it.
Yeah,
And so
painful magic.
if you actually look, you'll become aware, like, wow, if they actually had these many laws, like regarding and so much information like this, it's like, damn, like they really did have a little bit of a witchcraft thing going on here.
Oh yeah.
And you look at the fact that Jesus was crucified for being a wizard or a magician, effectively, of the day, and you look at all these imagery of him holding a wand, doing wandy shit. It's like, well, do the math. And that's all. The wandy shit all predates like the Bible, well, as we know it. Wherever that thing is, it's over there. I can't do it. About all of that information, it's like predates when it was written down later. 300 years later, kind of thing like that, all put together in the form of the Bible as we know it. And they just sort of happen to wipe the slate clean of any of the witchcraft. But if you actually go back and look at different contexts of law systems and things like that, you go, oh wow, this is interesting. Never thought about it that way. What's been the highlight of you guys' week? Good question. Matt, you got a highlight? Wait, what day is it? Wednesday?
Had some good birthdays. Had a few different friends and people close to me going through some shit. And I was really touched. In a couple of cases, they reached out to me for some support, and it sucks that they're going through it, but I don't know. I always find that really meaningful to know that, oh, you're one of the people they'll drop a line to when shit's going on. It kind of, I think is telling of the fact that you've established a meaningful bond with somebody.
Yeah.
Rather than me doing a lot better. But, shit goes down for all of us. It's inevitable. And so when it does, I think it's really good if you can, the more you can be the sort of person who can show up those times. I don't think it's a bad track to be on. I don't think it's a bad marker. I'm doing okay. I'm making some progress. I'm grateful for that I can show people a bit shitty.
This is pretty sweet.
Okay. I had no idea what was going to be.
It almost reminds me of if Fortnite wasn't pixelated. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's that kind of similar structure. Like, oh, here's a big ass cliff. Oh, nice little river. Going into this interesting. It's cool as shit. I love the tree colors.
Yeah, this is what I'm completely discovering. This was not planned. I
Yeah,
actually draw in a much more meticulous way than I do here. It's really an experiment in letting go and just seeing what happens rather than my usual process of being very planned and careful. And
Flow drawings.
Yeah.
Here's some other drawings. Oh, this was the Hulk one?
Yeah.
We were talking about,
scary,
when we first started talking tonight, like hours ago, we were talking about, what do we call this live? Something about missions? Oh,
Mission Trippin.
Mission Trippin, because we were like, God, mission kids are tripping, Anyway, so this was, somehow we got talking about the Avengers, like, leading, doing...
We both, went on mission trips as kids, and that's complicated.
Yeah, complicated, yeah.
What am I?
We already talked about that.
I ended up drawing cartoons for these little kids we were working with, and they just loved it and hung out with me all day. Like, draw this, draw the Hulk, draw Captain America.
Anyway, so somehow it turned into this.
It's the Hulk playing.
The Hulk playing
Lord lifted
him on high.
Lift your name high.
So that happened.
Barely speaking.
That happened early this evening. Oh God, dude, look at this. I can't do it. It's brilliant.
So much.
I'll try to get this on all the cameras, but look at that face. Look at that face. That's a face everybody loves.
Because Hulk got so soft in the movies too. It's just I could see him get bored again, playing the acoustic guitar.
Totally. He's like, oh, I need to chill. Let's kumbaya this shit.
Yeah. My secret, I'm not always angry.
It's my worship.
Oh, Hulk, you've grown so
No,
much.
honestly, doing singing and stuff in church. I just a client I had today. She's working on stuff, and she found so much peace in real salvation from the space she was in within the church.
Oh yeah.
But then she really kind of grew up out of the idea fast and was like, whoa, there's a bigger thing out there.
Yeah.
And so I was like, today was a lot of that, maybe reconditioning into maybe what Jesus was actually talking about. Reworking some stories and stuff, but it's like people have these really genuine connections within that and heal and have this safe space.
Yeah, and music's one of the few what I would call religious or spiritual or meditative technologies that's still kept into American evangelical Protestantism. Catholicism has more tools to actually give you religious experiences. You've got more ritual, you've got repetitive prayers like the rosary, you've got...
Takes you into a meditative state.
Yeah, and even confession's a big one. That can obviously be abused as this way to manipulate, make you feel shitty, but fundamentally...
If it's pure, it's an emotional release.
Exactly. If it's being done right, it's allowing you to work through what's happened lately and talk through whatever is making you feel down, to let that out, and ideally in a safe space through the anonymity of this little cell. So the intention of that, when it's done in good faith, that can be really positive, even though a lot of people obviously have had really negative experiences with that for obvious reasons. And so I think, but within like I said, within Protestantism, you lose a lot of the technologies for actual spiritual experience, and music's one of the few that's left. You can still get into an altered state, and
yeah, you really can. And I got distracted on my ranting there a minute ago, but what the woman I was working with, she just really loves the worship and the music and the feeling of it. And I was like, go. I was like, go, sing sing loud, let it reverberate in your lungs. I mean, this is how for eons, we have ritualistically recalibrated our nervous system to like, oh, is this what feels safe?
Yeah.
Is this where we all live?
Yeah.
We can all communicate together? Okay, did we do our ritual of recalibration? All of our neuroreception is linked up. We have all sung together. We have all calibrated our heart rates. We've all breathed the same fucking air. We've all breathed each other's farts.
Yeah.
You dirty bastards.
Every
Breathing
concert...
church farts. They're crop dust and all that shit. What do you think those communion people are doing, those kids? They're crop dusting the shit out of you. Get out of there. Get out in the open air. Go look at the ocean or the sunshine or the grass or the trees or a bug. I mean, I had a couple in here. Those spiders are really running around.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I'm going to let the chickens in here for a while.
Nice.
I'll just let them in. I'll let this tile. I'll just clean up the shit. It's fine.
Every concert's a religious experience, though. It's like everyone's syncing together. And it doesn't have to have, I don't mean like a formally, like it's Christian, it's Buddhist, it's this, it's that. But it's the same mechanism of synchronizing together communally. It's a deep thing, and people do it automatically. Especially when you're younger, you kind of can't. Unless you keep kids away from it, like dude. Young people will go find a form of music that they vibe with, and do it together because it's a fundamentally human ritual.
Well, even music, but even the gathering of like fellowship and doing that, it's like that's also how we calibrate our nervous systems. Okay, when I was in the meditation circle, I'd started this meditation circle at the beginning of COVID, like maybe 3 months in. I just kind of invited a couple people, and then it ended up fucking exploding. It was ridiculous. There was like 20-something people, 30 people there. There was 52 people one morning. It was outrageous. It was ridiculous. Everybody's there at 6:30 in the morning. And it became this like nervous system regulating thing. Everybody was crazy as shit.
Co-regulation.
And everyone was crazy as shit. And they would come to that circle like flies on a pile of shit. You know what I mean? Everyone was like, oh my God, you saved me. I had 2 people tell me that I was about to commit suicide before I found you guys. I was like, oh, don't tell me this shit. I can't do it, you know? Stop. Yeah. But it was like how everyone in the community, because everyone was so isolated. It's how everyone in this entire community, well, a massive part of like the Encinitas, like spiritual community came and like co-regulated together. Yeah. And then what we're talking about, how religions kind of form is, dude, there was some bunch of people got so culty.
Yeah.
And they ended up I kept the integrity of like, nah, we're doing all vibes matter. I'm like, no, we're not doing that fucking robe vibe shit and making people feel like dirty bastards because they don't have a cute white robe on. Like, get the fuck out of here, you know? Yeah. Like getting into that real kind of new agey. That's the one I was making fun of, all like crystals up the ass and stuff. It's just got over the top, and it made people feel so uncomfortable. Everybody clicked together in the same like wardrobe, and I was like, they ended up mean girling me, which was great because they all had to go. But it was tough because it was the original crew at the same time. Yeah. So it's like a lot of like, oof, everything's happening.
Well, I think that's a lot what we're struggling with as a society is, I'm using the word religion in the broadest sense, not in a capital R specific faith.
Science is like a religion,
but there's a religious impulse. It's a mechanism that humans need, and a lot of times in places we've had formal capital R religions to form that need of transcendent experience and community and a higher purpose and experiences of altered transcendent states and all these things. And if you get rid of formal religions, there's still the need for those things. And so spontaneous things that are like a pseudo-religion are going to crop up. But then it's going to have to go through all the trial and error of trying to do that in a not unhealthy way. Like, I think that's what you're seeing there. But even the way we are about politics and fandoms and shit like that, it carries the pattern of a religious adherence to a purpose, to an identity, to a practice. Because there's a gap there.
I'm going to jump 2 examples of that where like these tribes become religions, and if you don't follow the protocol of the religion, like you're out. Yeah. So 2 of them, Matt, you and I both know of the photography business of if you're in the tribe of Canon, or you're in the tribe of Nikon, are you in Sony? And it's like just because I have different gear, it's like it's a gang fight. It's like everybody over here is like, I'm gonna go regulate with the Canon guys.
Hobbies are all like this.
It's like, you don't shoot with L glass, like, you can't even be in this part of the Canon tribe, Did you have a handcrafted leather bag?
We have red rings on our lens.
I was like, I have a gigantic phallic lens to take a picture of like some chick on the
Your
beach.
lens isn't
to
white.
Be some creeper on the cliff.
Yeah.
Oh God. Anyway, we've seen that in the photography world. and all these little subcategories of that. Oh, what kind of photographer are you? The classic, like, I only shoot natural light. It's like, bitch, you just don't know how to use strobes. I only shoot natural light. Which honestly, if you're shooting in manual, you're amazing. But that's a different story. We've seen that in photography, and I've seen that, and Matt, you've seen that in the gear industry of guitar stuff. It's like there were these pedal board groups that had they have 25,000 people in them, and every pedal board that got posted basically was like the same setup. And if anybody had anything different, nobody didn't get any likes. It wasn't that anybody made fun of it; just didn't engage. It wasn't a standard. Didn't engage, and all that stuff it fell through, and the only stuff that got pushed up was the same stuff everybody posted because that's what everybody was doing. Yeah. And then it was like this religion of these groups where literally it didn't matter if you posted something else. I was like, no, nobody cares. Yeah. Out. You're out of the religion. And it's it's wild how we tribe up like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that to me, it's more specifically, it's the tribal impulse and mechanism that often becomes part and parcel of religion. But when I say religion, I mean more the, like I said, the spiritual, the transcendent, and I think that it commonly it calcifies into a super tribal specific thing. Yeah. I don't think that exclusivity is inherently part of it, but I think we need. I think we need a container for those sorts of experiences and we don't have them anymore. That's part of why we're all feeling so out of sorts, and we're searching in all kinds of different places, and then we put it places it doesn't belong, like gear or politics or this or that thing that shouldn't be imbued with the qualities of a religion. Get those qualities.
It's so interesting how as humans our patterns just naturally draw us together to do that, and then this thing, and then all of a sudden there's this religion, and it's like, what the fuck happened? You know, give it a generation or two, and it's like, oh damn it, what happened here? So by the way, if anybody ever writes any of the shit down I'm saying and tries to make a religion out of it, I swear to you, I will not sell you this amazing picture of this lizard here, of lizard Jesus, with this sacred burning heart and the third eye wide open for all you little hippies out there. Look at that. Wide open. Bet you didn't even know there'd be a third eye that wide openable, huh? Anyway, that was one from last week. Yeah. That was so good. I'm going to scroll through these real quick. This was a image of me when I was Fat Daniel riding a unicorn for a guitar pedal company release, for their product release. It was like a cameo role, which happened. I flew to Kansas and rode a unicorn around for a day. A real unicorn. Did not have a floppy horn on it. It was a real horn when it wasn't flopping around as I was running.
That was part of the magic.
So as part of this shoot, there's a 2-part video series which you guys can maybe find on YouTube sometime. But there was a scene when I was like, let's do a majestic running scene, with the horse running. They're the horses don't run, they gallop and stuff. I was like, oh shit, they don't run. I thought they ran. I thought I saw for sure. Anyway, they're like, no, it's different. So I'm like, let's do it anyway. I'm fat as could be at this point. Lowest point in my life. All right, best time to go ride a unicorn. And let me just back this story up a little bit for the kids at home. The first scene of this 2-part thing, or the first part was shot in the morning, right? We had a scene set up in a garage, and the unicorn was in there too, and it's a bedroom scene. And not don't be creepy, this was like a child's bedroom, you guys, don't be weird. Of setup, it was all pink and unicorn themed, and it was the owner of this guitar pedal company, Josh. It's JHS. Josh is reading to his daughter in bed. It's like a bedtime scene, and he's reading this book called The Last Unicorn. It's this little bedtime story. And it just happens to be a bedtime story that Josh and his wife wrote and did all this illustration. It was amazing. And they released 500 of them with the first 500 pedals sold kind of thing.
It's a children's story about this fucking guitar pedal.
It's a children's story about the guitar pedal that they're doing it at. It was such a meta concept. It was fucking ridiculous.
It was a lot of effort.
It was a lot of effort. So we set up this whole scene in the garage to fly me out there. And we're like, let's do this, And so the first scene, I just had a cameo in the very end of it, which was just the whole thing, the scene, everything was amazing. And the second series of this 2-part video series was me riding a unicorn around all over the place. They would give me props, like ride by with this, I'd ride by with a goblet of green Kool-Aid that was sloshing everywhere, just ridiculous shit, Here's a giant comb, and I'm like combing the horse's mane and then my beard and stuff, and I don't know. I had this giant beard. I was fat as could be. I was like 75 pounds heavier. I think I was wearing like a size 40 pants, I was just fat, all puffy. Nothing I could do about it. I couldn't bend over to tie my shoe without wheezing hard to save my life, If I had to run away, definitely would have gotten eaten by the bear, is what I'm trying to say. I could stand in one place and work all day, but God, cardio and me didn't mix. That's what you guys get the point. So there's me bouncing around this unicorn as this unicorn with floppy horns bouncing around too. And meanwhile, I'm probably being brutally injured in my internal organs and things that have never felt this kind of volumetric movement in the history of their organness. Right? I'm really getting sloshed. It's a washing machine.
With a bandolier of pedals.
I'm wearing a bandolier of guitar pedals and a cape and running across this field like a dumbass, bouncing along, sitting all proud up in the saddle, like da 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 da. But oh man, I was hurting. I was not doing well. I mean, I did pretty well for a fat guy, but anyway, I was real sore on the plane the next day. Oh God, I can barely move through the aisle.
What happened to you? Riding a unicorn.
I was riding a unicorn.
It was for work.
What the fuck?
Whole story, buddy.
I was riding a unicorn. Sir. What?
Sir,
what?
This is a Starbucks.
Can I get some ice? I'll take 3 trick ice cups. Oh shit. God, that happened. It really happened, guys. There's some videos of it on the internet.
It's forever.
I'll post a picture of that in the Discord. I can find this picture. Maybe. Shit. If you guys aren't in the Discord, I don't even know who you are. Really, probably, because I probably don't know who you are, because we're on TikTok and Instagram and everywhere else. But if you look on my link tree in my bio, you'll find links to shit. Oh, you'll also find Matt's profile, so you can follow him on Instagram. Give him a follow. But you'll find a link to the Discord community where you can join and talk about fun stuff, and I'm going to post a picture of me fat riding a unicorn. And some bait. That's what we call clickbait, kids. God, I have so many icons on my computer. Oh, fuck. Oh, where am I going to find this? My iCloud is on my photos are on my external drive.
You can just link the video.
I could link the video. Oh shit.
That'd be easier.
Oh, am I giving them that much? You guys got to pay for this stuff. This is paper. I'm gonna put this in a private channel over on the. No, you guys can watch this. It's funny as shit. But it's funnier if you know the story, because it was like this. It was this deep meta joke in the guitar community. So.
You become like this major personality in that scene.
I went on YouTube and there we are live, dude. Man. What's been the highlight of you guys' week? Oh, that's what we started with, and then we got highly diverted. This is probably my day to day in a way, though it was chaotic and really kind of stressful. Was probably my highlight because I got a meditation course done. Now, when I say done, I mean there's probably a shit ton of typos and stuff. Just send me a little message when you find them, because you're gonna buy this course because it's only $44, and I made it specifically so people can learn how to meditate. Just in the easiest way possible, and without all the bullshit, with all the Roby shit and all the crystals. And you can do the crystals, I love them, but you don't have to have them to meditate. You can just be a person, like wearing some pants,
It's kind of the point of the experience.
Just be exactly who you are and learn to balance your nervous system. So that's the whole point of the little workshop. Let me find the coupon code for you, because that's important, because for live people, it's going to get you 50% off, which makes it $22. Buy the fucking course. Don't be lame. It's called Live Meditation. So for the live people watching, use that coupon code on the website. It's the marketing for it looks like shit. It's barely anything. You just scroll down the page, you'll see it. But the course itself is brilliant, if I might say. It's good. But there's a main teaching video, and then the rest of them are kind of small chunks. Like, here's a breathwork exercise you can do. Here's how you sit. Here's how you breathe. Basic stuff, Learn to meditate. That's all you really are ever going to need. If you want to explore other variants of meditation, have at it. But this is like the best baseline stuff I could come up with from my own practice and leading a shit ton of other people in meditation for a couple years now. So it's a good course, and it's only $22 if you use live meditation at checkout. And a few people have already picked it up. I'm gonna go look. I wonder how many people picked it up, which is always fun. I mean, and I've asked everybody who is, we got 2. Nice. 2 people who picked up the course. And use the coupon. Nice work, guys. So yeah, if you guys want to hit that up, I'd highly recommend it. Don't forget to stretch the knees. Yeah, really, really cool. I'm kind of beat up. It's really cool to watch you draw, Matt. Now knowing the picture this thing you mentioned. Yeah, Matt has aphantasia. Yeah?
Yeah, aphantasia.
Aphantasia, which is, it's just a spectrum of, everybody has a different spectrum of what they can visualize in their head, like at what you can picture. Matt is on the A spectrum, like you don't get to picture anything. Yeah. So his focus is this very like limited vision of, right, like kind of a cloud of what could be, but then you sort of have to sketch it out.
Yeah, like when I try to picture something in my head, I don't get any form of an image at all. And it's there's a whole range. People can go from like seeing entire scenes in their heads, like a movie just unfolds. Is like my girlfriend's like that. It's just natural. I say picture an apple, and she sees it on a tree in the countryside with a sunset and a fence and all these like details.
Some horses running by and a
hummingbird. Literally, like it's an entire scene, and just that happens instantly without meaning to.
Life is created, life is destroyed.
Yeah. And then like some people like they kind of get like a fuzzy gray or black and white image. And like everyone varies in how vividly they visualize, and like I don't get shit. I have kind of a spatial sense, like as though you can feel something with your hands, you know, like the shape of the bowl here. Like if I think of a bowl, I'll kind of get a sense of the physical form, but there's no image whatsoever. And it took me until I was like 33 to realize, like, oh, some people when they picture things in their head, they see a picture, and other people don't at all, and everything in between. And if you're one extreme, the other extreme probably, like the first time you hear this, sounds fictional.
I think it might be different.
Like, so it's midnight, so it's like you're having a dream, kind of. It's like, yeah, it's exactly like a dream.
Yeah, and then Matt, Matt posted a really, really cool video of it on Instagram.
Yeah, a little animation. I should make more.
Yeah, he did a really, really cool video explaining it, and then a whole shit ton of people were like, "Oh my god, me too!" You know?
And then other people are like, "That's not real. Everyone can see things. Or that's not real. Nobody can see things in their head."
Oh my god, my legs are dead. I got this. I can do this.
Yeah, it's a fascinating thing. And so, yeah, I found like a lot of other artist friends had it too. And Minda and I were talking, she writes a lot. I'm thinking like, we're thinking that's probably part of why she leans towards writing and I lean towards drawing is I can't see imagery internally, so I have to do it externally on the canvas. And she has all this imagery in her head and she wants to find a way to convey it. And so she goes to language to...
yeah, canvas isn't enough.
Yeah, and because like that can be a big tool or boundary for people. Like if you can see a vivid image in your head and then you try to draw it and it's not like what you saw in your head literally, that can be really discouraging. But on the other hand, it's kind of a nice tool because it's like having photo reference that you don't have to go look up on your computer. And she was telling me too, like, yeah, that's how come I can always remember what things are. I just visualize a calendar in my head and like picture it written on like the 13th, and so I can just look at the calendar in my head. And I'm like, witchcraft! That can't be real.
Yeah, I can't. I have some hard times with that. I have some hard times with different conceptualizations.
Yeah. Time
is a really tough one for me. Like, I can see all kinds of, it's fun. It's fun when Matt and I build stuff together. Yeah. Like we're actually creating, because we create like the same thing from completely different angles. Yeah. You know, with like different kind of skill sets that overlap and also complement each other, even when we're designing stuff.
Yeah.
And I have this sort of like cavalier approach at it, where I'm like, I see that I have this like hard vision of maybe the shape of something, but not the details. I'm like, I know what this thing is. Yeah. You know, I like know in my heart what it is, so I'll just start cutting pieces for it or whatever it is. And where Matt has that same, like, knows what it is in his heart, but then has to like sketch it out a bit first and make sure his plan's straight, because he's not going to see it. But what Matt gets in doing that are all the details that I miss in my like cowboy, like going for it way. And so we really like mesh up well to have this creative, I don't know, kind of mesh the way we seem to work together.
Well, and compared to a lot of people, I'm still somewhat more like you. Like I still a chunk of the time will just kind of go out and build and discover it.
Yeah.
Compared with somebody who has to have instructions. And
and not to say
but
you don't go for it. Like you fucking send it on projects and stuff like that. Yeah. But it's almost like our approach, like an angle, like you come high, I come low, or something like that. You know, it's like we're doing the same thing. Yeah. But it's real like, oh, it's interesting how it overlaps, but it's like this different energy to it. Yeah. You know?
Yeah, and I arrived at being more of a designer and a planner because I used to just go for it, but I wasn't getting results I was happy with, so I disciplined myself to get a little more meticulous and design it first. Yeah. Because I wouldn't anticipate stuff that, halfway it's too late to change it.
Yeah, and if anybody's gonna cowboy it and like cavalier, Matt's gonna do that on like these freeform projects and stuff like that, like the wild idea big projects. He's just gonna send, you know what I mean, and like make this thing. It's incredible.
Yeah, but Daniel can pull it off with this.
A minute and 82 seconds remaining on Instagram. What kind of lame Instagram? I love you guys, but they're going to shut you down, you know?
It is getting late.
Good night. I love you all. See ya. Weird, Instagram. Instagram's weird. TikTok's super cool. What are you guys saying over there? I sort of wasn't paying attention. How long have you been LGBTQ? I don't know. Everybody's a little queer. I have like strong propensity, like Matt and I, we both have really different like sexual energy maybe in a way, but then we also have the same like heterosexual tendencies, though both of us can be in a very gentle energy or very like feminine energy space.
Yeah, people always thought
yeah, Matt gets the like, are you, I mean, I know like anybody from somewhere other than idiot California is gonna be like, are you gay? Because you have like zero, it's okay. Just be the person you are until you realize that it's cool to be okay. But yeah, it's intriguing because I look at it and it's like everybody's like a little bit queer. Everybody is a little queer. There's a little something. Nobody is ever hard anything on any spectrum. There's always like a little bit of blend of everything in who you are as a person. Now some people are on one end of the spectrum. Some people are on the other. Some people are in the middle. Like it doesn't matter. Everybody just gets to be who they are. And everybody is who they are. So, like, you don't want people bitching about your business. Get up out of there.
Get on out of my
business. And I think maybe Matt, if we maybe just for the sake of keeping a cool conversation, like my personal, maybe like sexual energy or my personal like presence energy. Right here, you guys see a lot of. What I would call my ascendant energy, my Scorpio energy. It's like a front man energy. I come out and I'm like, let's rock and roll. Let's like have a good time because it's entertaining. It's fun, Very, very much when I'm in session work with people, I'm in a very gentle space, or like when I'm leading meditation, it's a much more like flowy feminine energy. It's a very gentle energy. And if I'm out riding the bike, sometimes I'm in this like, I'm listening to like this thrashy ass metal station and this carefully curated playlist for maximum thrash. You know what I mean? Like really, I'm like, I don't want any song on that doesn't like hurt me a little bit. I gotta ride. And I'll be in this like really aggressive, like sweaty, I don't even see nothing exists but this like curb I'm gonna jump. It doesn't matter. I'm riding, I have this joke, God, what is her name? I can't even remember this chick's name. She's an absolute babe, like super fox, like ridiculous. Always walking the dog. We're gonna run dance together with Caitlin or something. And I always ride by her. And I would joke before, like met up at coffee. I'm like, I'm like so focused on riding my bike. I'm like, I always ride by all the babes. I'm sorry. And we like, it's a joke we got. And every time I realize I rode past her because I just focused on like, I gotta fucking ride on this curb. I'm like doing these long balance runs on these long curbs down there by the beach. It's it's like a balancing fun trick.
The streets, my woman.
Anyway, I can't even notice pretty girls. It's ridiculous. And when I'm in that kind of like super like masculine energy or like kind of fight energy, it's
the asphalt's your lover.
The asphalt is my lover. I have loved her. Oh, she and I have hooked up a few times. Dude, actually, I crashed my bike. Speaking of this was hilarious, dude. You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this so much.
Dude, there was a period of time where every time I saw Daniel, I would give him a hug. He'd be like, "Careful! I broke it."
every 6 months I'd make love to the asphalt going like 25 miles an hour. And then I was just fucked for like 3 months. And then I'd have like 3 good months and I'd get back up to speed and I'd eat it. Oh god.
Careful.
Because Matt would give me a big bear hug and I'd like
bear hug
dislocated ribs and like you put them back in place sometimes for me, so that was good.
A little adjustment.
Anyway, I straight up crashed my bike for a beautiful woman in a bikini today.
Yes.
Now I phrase it like that, it's a little bit clickbait here. I want you guys to pay attention to this story. So I have this like joke I do it with everybody in the community, like all the friends from the meditation circle. Whenever I see anybody, I love like riding the bike around and balancing on it everywhere and keeping really steady on it. And I'm good at like kind of skidding, stopping, and then standing upright and just staying. And it's fun, it's like my little game I always play. And anytime I see one of my friends in town, I always like go skidding up as fast as I can, like just pull up like real intense, and we always just get a big laugh out of it. It's funny. Yeah. And Gilly had gone for like a morning swim. I was coming back from videos, and Gilly's this local babe. She's the classic like beach chick that got so used to just wearing a thong. She's just always like in her bikini around town. She's just like, I forgot my clothes. It's just like she's just tan with a little tiny bikini on. That's it, And she's this beautiful woman. She's this acupuncturist. She's super friendly, big smile. And it's like, I love Gilly to death. We've been great friends for a long time. You know what I mean? I've seen Gilly mostly naked. I've probably seen Gilly mostly naked than I've seen her clothed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
And it's like we live at the beach, and even when these hippie chicks are wearing clothes, it's like not much clothes. You just get used to the other people being around, and everything's fine. It's good. And so I did my little skidding up trick as Gilly's kind of jogging up in her bikini, but I was in the sandy part down by the beach on not the asphalt, which is grippy, which is just enough. I was on the curb. My front on the pavement, my front wheel gave out, which is not supposed to happen, and I went sliding both wheels, and the bike gave out, and I kind of like stumbled a little bit and jumped up, and I was like, ta-da! And I was just going, Gilly and I were just laughing immediately, cracking up. I just left the bike there and gave a hug. We were just talking, and this woman comes walking over, and she's like, I would have crashed my bike for you if I was there too. I was like, guys, stop! I totally ate shit. And it wasn't. It just like skidded out sideways, and I kind of like hopped off and like one hand off the ground, like ta-da, landed.
And Gilly's ego grew 3 sizes that day.
Oh yeah, she loved it. It was great. She was cracking up. It was funny as shit. It was a really fun moment. But yeah, I totally crashed my bike for a woman in like a hot woman in a bikini.
Yeah, you gotta hype your friends up.
I was just like, it's Gilly, She's got this like beam coming out of her face. I was just trying to have my friends up, do little skiddy McSkids a lot. That's a technical term. If you're watching
skid
at
a
home,
lot.
I do skid a lot. I'm surprised I haven't had to change my tires yet. I'm still on the first set from that bike I got. The other one, man, I went through like 3 or 4 sets. I changed my brake pads already. It's only been like 3 months.
Savage.
I keep tightening them down. Like, damn it, I'm out of pad. Buy some new ones.
Nothing left.
We gotta love this guy. Hey, thanks for the rose. Someone sent a rose. Matt, oh god, it's 12:19. I gotta do a meditation at 6:30.
I've been calling it the time.
Oh shit balls! Look at this. Let's show this thing off and call us a night.
Sounds good.
Oh, that was the best part.
Let's put those there.
It's raining talk. Oh, Instagram's on here. Sorry, suckers. Look at this majestic thing. Matt, tell us your inspiration. What happened here?
Well, someone initially asked for some kind of a landscape. I don't remember what they described, and I'm not comfortable with landscapes. I mostly do characters. And then as time was going on, I was like, I should rise to the occasion. So I just started laying down a shape that I liked. I wasn't sure if it was going to be a cloud or a tree line or what, just the diagonal coming across. And then I just built up from there and kind of felt it out and tried not to think too actively and discover the drawing. Which can be stressful, like doing it in front of people as a party trick. It's something you're not used to doing.
That's great, dude.
It came out pretty cool.
I think it
Colors
came out
together.
Incredible.
I was like, ooh, I wish I had my paints. I could do better work if I had this and I had that, but I didn't. I started to.
It looks incredible,
dude. The
dude.
ink and the colored pencil.
I love it. It's like beautiful in its own regard, and it's got this cool like Japanese kind of art flair to it.
Yeah.
And this cliff is just so reminds me of like a Minecraft architecture of a world. You know what I mean? It's like it's just like here's a great tree. Here's this beautiful cliff right here. Here's a nice river. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, here's an interesting sunset. It's like, but it's like this. If it wasn't pixelated and it was beautiful, this is incredible.
Minecraft is beautiful, but it is pixelated.
Yeah, Minecraft
is voxelated.
It's totally beautiful in its own funny little way.
Yeah.
It's great, man.
Thank you.
Nice work.
Yeah, just
God, maybe I should figure out how to put these things up on the website so people just like put everything up for $50 or something like that. No, what's 50? Come on now. Come on now. I'm gonna start putting these up. I'm gonna sell them. They're too good. I also said it looks incredible, and it also made me think of Minecraft.
It made you think of Minecraft.
Right? Okay. Okay. It's for sale. It's for sale. It's for sale.
I've never played Minecraft. I only see on
Dude, the kids and I built around. We'll build the most ridiculous shed. It's the funniest thing. We built Nelly and I are in the process. We built a city in the sky. First we did the mine, and then we built like this city in the sky that connected to a mountain and then we grew trees in the city in the sky, and then we're building a gigantic chicken out of white wool or whatever as a shrine, and then we have a whole chicken farm up in the sky. It's just like the stupidest shit. We're like, let's put a chicken farm in the sky, you know, like, yeah, build it out, you know. Shit, the zombies are coming, go back in the mine. You know, we have a whole like system of tunnels. I'll dig the tunnels. Aiden will go like forage for shit. Nelly will like make a garden.
That's so cool. Are you on different machines doing it?
Yeah, we'll all be on devices. We'll all be like laying in the bed beside each other, like shoulder to shoulder, and we're all like, okay, go here. Oh, where are you? Okay, oh, the zombies are here. Oh, help me, come get my stuff. You know.
So cool.
And we'll do these Minecraft games together. It's pretty fun.
It's like the modern version of like building Legos together.
You know, that was when Aiden got into Pokemon long ago. He was young, man. He must have been 7.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh God. He's 13 now, you know. I was like, oh, not this. I was like, oh, not this. You know, I gotta go to the shop or something. You know, this hurts me. And I was like, no, you know what? He's into it. He's like, his cousin gave him like a whole big thing, so he was all stoked because he has all these cards. I'm like, what is this? I don't even know what these do, you know. Yeah. And then I was like, fine. And he wanted to get more sets, so I'm like, listen, if we're gonna do Pokemon, like we're gonna learn to play the game. Yeah. We're not just gonna collect the cards. We're gonna play the game. You know, there's a game here. Did you notice that? You know, and I was like, let's do that. So then we actually started playing it, and once I figured out like the actual rules and strategy, I was like, oh, this is a great game to play. And Aiden got like really good at being all strategic and his little mind working and all these like deep strategies of these multi-layers, and that was cool. It was really fun. And it's like, if you just surrender to that process, you know, you're not gonna be a dick about it, and just have fun with the thing that you're doing.
Yeah.
You know?
That's what I was gonna say.
Play some Minecraft.
That's a good one. There's like a lot of complexity that can be gotten. These things are easy right off. Like, oh, video games, kids should play in the dirt. Kids should play in the dirt. But
and I was raised with that kind of conditioning. You know?
Oh yeah. Oh, I love games. I still like feel a little stressed and guilty every time because I know my parents are gonna like burst into the room and yell at me. No playing PlayStation, man!
Stop checking off for the Oculus! Oh God, fucking parents. Yeah.
But there's a lot of value there too.
Yeah, because my kids, obviously Aiden and Ellie dig them, and they have devices. And Aiden's 13, you know, he's got his own phone and stuff. And it's like, well, can't beat them, join them, you know. It's like, hey guys, I'll buy you a Minecraft realm. Let's play Minecraft together. If you want to be on devices, let's lay in the bed right beside each other and talk and play Minecraft. You know, it's like it's fun. It's like better. They want to. I'm like, hey, you guys want to watch a movie? They're like, oh, we play Minecraft. I was like, or sometimes we'll just all be there together. Maybe I'm like editing TikTok videos and they're each on something, and we're all just like, they'll be like, go watch this video, and we're just kind of be together. And it's like, well, I don't really want to be on media all the time, but they're kind of that time of life, and it's the space that they're in, and it's the age that we're in, so I'm like, well, might as well figure out how to do it, you know? Try to do it in a good way that I can still connect with my kids, and, you know, we're like building our own. Nelly's got her own little Discord channel. It's the disco crafting, she called it.
Nice.
We made this cute little logo.
Disco is such a good prefix.
She came up with that. It was like her own thing. She wanted it all funky psychedelic. I'm like, where is this child coming from?
That's one of the things we get wrong in our culture is we think everything's about what you should think, what's the right perspective, and not about how to think, how to process things. Oh, that's beautiful. Cute. I love it.
Yeah. She like walked me through it. She made me pick the font. Yeah. I just did like the drops and stuff like that. Yeah. But we just got a thing on iStock on my subscription, and she like picked the background out. She wanted the ones the checkers and the flowers.
Yeah, the checkers.
I got the checkers in there. She like picked every little element of it. She's like, I want to say disco crafting. So we made a little logo, so she's gonna like build a little like kids crafting community. Cool. So, because she's always building something. Yeah. She's a little inventor. You guys, and good morning, Jenny. We're gonna call it a night. It's way too fucking late. Don't ever do this to yourselves. You guys stayed up way too late. I stayed up way too late, and this is all good. I love you all.
Send it off with a flame.
Oh, good. Yeah.
It'll take 30 seconds. So earlier we came up with a love spell with the intention of.
Oh, it's burning back there.
Oh yeah, the candle's still going. Learn how much love you are. That's our little seed notion we're casting off into the world tonight to sign off.
Oh yeah. Let's light it with this candle.
Yeah.
Maybe. I can just light it up with that. Oh, this is gonna make a mess in my house, but whatever. Maybe we'll take it outside for its last smoky remnants. But yeah. we're gonna burn this to set the intention that we
learn how much love we are.
That we learn exactly how much love we all are. So as this burns, we're just doing a little witchcraft sigil thing. As this burns, it goes off into the field and sends that intent out and about through the candle that we did. We did a whole little thing. And now it's getting a little warm, which we're good. Keeping some airflow here so it burns clean, not a lot of smoke. Happy with that. Good. Clean burn. Good with our safety hot pad.
Absolutely. Super safe.
That's the key thing. If you guys are going to burn a large piece of paper in your house, like some thick ass stuff that Matt brought over for some reason to burn in my house, make sure you got good airflow so it burns off the stuff. Because that's the beauty of this. Honestly, like the whole principle behind that idea is as these vapors go up and as this whole idea in this paper changes into spirit and goes out into the the proverbial ether of these ancient traditions, then that takes hold in the field about. You know what I mean? So that was like the kind of the practice we were doing with that. Mm-hmm. And look at that. With a nice little bit of oxygen, we got nothing but Holy Spirit left. That wasn't even that smoky. That wasn't bad. And the fan's on and every window's open, so we're good. All right. What y'all making for breakfast today, man? I'm about to go to bed. I got a 6:30. I got a 6:30 meditation. I gotta go meditort, guys. I gotta go to bed. All right. Whoever's watching on, let me just check on here. I think someone's on YouTube and Twitch. Love you guys. Mobs, you hanging out still? I'm gonna hang out before you can answer that, but just know that I